Hello, everyone. Give me a moment here. Wanna make sure audio is not gonna come back through. All right. Okay. So I'm gonna give it a few minutes before I start. It sees this correctly, don't they? Yeah. That's weird. It shows backwards for me, but I see that it actually does show correctly. Let me fix it so that we can actually see the whole board here. There we go. Because who knows where I'll write on it. I covered the whole thing about 3 times with the last video I made. And this video, what I'm going to talk about, it won't be super long, but I will also answer people's questions if anyone wants me to go over anything. Thank you, Anna. I appreciate that. Which if you do enjoy these videos, like them, share them, subscribe, turn on notifications, and all that, so that we can actually get some traffic to what I'm doing here. Because my channel, it doesn't get much traffic, but that's why I actually wanted to do another live stream here a little bit later to see if I could get a few more people come through. Because I did do it in the middle of the day, and it is Saturday. People are out doing their own thing, even though most places people ain't supposed to be out, but people are out in droves. They're just all wearing masks. And if you didn't see my live stream earlier, I highly suggest you go watch it. It is a little long, but it is packed with information that will change how you perceive your life. I will guarantee that. You will get something out of it every minute through it, because it is nonstop information that you ain't gonna find in many other places. Which if you do enjoy it, like it, share it, put it on other social medias so other people can enjoy it as well. Is that too loud? That it got really loud all of a sudden. Let me get that phone so I can turn it down if I need to. Let's see here. Yeah, they're both charged. Who do we got in here? Well, I got some notifications. I don't like that YouTube has made it. I don't know when they did it, but they changed it was a bit ago, I think. They changed the live stream. You can't go to people's channels anymore from the live stream chat, which is stupid. You used to be able to. Everyone can hear me, right? Just to verify, everyone can hear me loud and clear. Do 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 do. Do, do, do. No one? No one can hear me? Let me see if I can hear myself. Do I, oh, I need actually. Yep. Yep. I hear myself. Okay. We'll get started here. Let me get another drink. If my internet was any better, I would have a few other videos uploaded here of explaining perception, which everyone's really gonna like those. Those are very good. Which I'm not done with it yet. I've made 2 so far. I still got a few more I need to do. And this, just for everyone to know, this is all content I've made on my channel before. I've just never actually demonstrated it for anyone in the way that I'm doing it right now. Everything you're gonna see on this whiteboard, I usually do in my mind. I'm usually facilitating it to everyone in a mental space for you to see what I'm seeing, which I've come to realize that people don't see things how I see at all. So I am putting it out for you on a whiteboard so that you can actually see how I am perceiving things, which is vastly different than how most people do. I am DSI. I'm getting the hell out of this town. I'm not staying here. It's already in the progress. It's not even It's not even in the progress. It's done. It's done. I'm in South Carolina right now. I'm on South Carolina time. All my clocks are Eastern. I'm in South Carolina. Let me move this chair. All right. At some point, you're probably gonna hear bells start barking because Nikki and the kids are not here right now, but they will be back probably shortly here. And she is super excited when anyone comes, especially us. I need to get a new mic stand. I think I'm gonna order the one in my cart. I need a new computer, even though this computer's new. I need one with a graphics card. I need one where I can do some video editing, because I think if I can make my videos nicer, which I can do, it's just rendering it would be a pain right now because of how terrible this video editing is right now, or this computer is at graphics. You're in New York? I hate New York. I hate New York. I'm near Chicago, which I don't like Chicago either. I don't like big cities. New York is not a place I would ever enjoy going. Again, I've been there multiple times, but I don't like cities. I don't like cities like that. Like Charleston, New Orleans. New Orleans is fun. New York, people are so damn depressed there. It is terrible. I was in New Jersey in Freehold for a bit, which is right across the pond there, and I refused to go to New York. My dad was like, "You should go to New York and see it." I'm like, nah. I ain't going there. I don't want to. Which, that's a good jumping off point because that's what we're going to talk about here. We're going to be talking about data.
Low battery. Please charge.
Oh, my. Let me go plug my speaker in. It's dying if you can't hear. You probably ain't even done.
Bluetooth.
Good connect. Which it ain't dead. It likes to turn off randomly sometimes and say it's dead.
Bluetooth connected.
All right. I like that music playing. It's nice. So this is mostly going to be about data, which if those who don't know, I work in IT. I have worked in IT. I'm very astute in IT and fixing computers and working with computers. If I don't know how to do it and I want to know how to do it, I can easily figure it out. There's a lot of stuff that I stay away from in IT though, just because it's too time consuming. Like programming and coding, I purposely do not in any way go towards programming. It takes too much time. It's not that I couldn't do it. There's way too much of potential. Like even like video editing and stuff. It ain't hard, but it's time consuming. Like right now, I'm in the middle of making a website, so as I go, I'm learning how to use WordPress better, and it ain't hard, especially. I don't know. Anyways, I'm getting off topic here. This is gonna be facilitating with that IT. That's what IT is. IT is it. Which the T, for those who don't know, is also a D. Because when you make the sound in your mouth, you're using the same. There's only 10 different actual sounds that we make vocally, and T and D are the same. Da 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 ta ta ta. You're hitting the roof of your mouth with your tongue on both of them. So the ID is the IT. This has to do with identification, which is IT, which is it, which is what your body is. It's it. This is what the movie's all about. The clown. Your body's a clown. It's a costume. It's not you. It's a costume. It's what you're using to exist in this realm. So when we look at the word data, there's different ways that we can look at this. Well, let me write this to the side a little bit so we can write under it. Yeah, data, which I'm doing the A's like this on purpose so that you can see that it's just a triangle. That's all it is. The line in the middle is really the sine wave. That's where the existence is happening. You can see it as Dada, which is clothing brand. You can see it as Tada, which has to do with magic. See it as, I like this song, Tata, which we can always get rid of especially when we can get rid of all the vowels, but especially when we got the same vowels, we can get rid of one of them. It's a tattoo. It has to do with something that's being put on you or something that you're putting on yourself. It has to do with information with what you are, which when we really start to break this down, IT and ID is data. It's the same thing, because the data that you create on these computers, on these instruments that we're using, because that's all a computer is an instrument. It's only creating identification for you. It's identifying you in some way. This is why do they watch you? They want your data, but they want your data so they can ID you. They want your fingerprint, they want your biometrics, they want your voice. But we'll talk about it. But what wants it? What is that? Why do they want it really? They want to figure out what it is. What is it? Who's it? They're trying to identify what this is, what you are, and what you're going to do, because this system is trying to sell you on something, which selling is a sailing. It's bringing you somewhere. It's a boat. It's a boat. This is the egg. This is a perception. This is a connection. This is the boat. This is they're trying to bring you somewhere based on your data, your ID, and what it is. Because if they know what it is, they know how to identify you. If they know that based on the data on these devices that everyone is using, these instruments, which is why they want people connected so much, which we'll get into, which is going to be the TX and the RX. Transmit is T, receive is R. Transmitting and receiving. Which you can also, if people in the medical industry, or even if you just walk into your pharmacy, you'll see not only the caduceus, which is wrapped into my logo down there, you'll see the RX, like this. Like that, because this actually has to do with the last video I was making. Because if you change your perception of that, you actually got a reflection. The reflection of the R is an X in there. But we'll get to that. So they want to track. What is a track? A track is this thing right here. The track is what goes around. They want to track. They want to create some kind of cyclical path of your data. They want to somehow figure out what you are going to create, what you're going to do. Which, if they can do that, they can create magic. Because that's what's happening with people. If you go on Amazon right now, you may see something relating to what I just talked about. You may see a new computer on there. If I do it, I may see a new computer on there with a high-end graphics card right on the front page, because I was just talking about that. Because they want this magic, because it's just there. It's all of a sudden there. Analytics, which that's what the analytics have to do with, is magic, because this is magic. This is real magic. People think magic is elusive. No, magic is really in this world, and is really being used in front of everyone, with everyone, in many ways. And I'm going to pay attention to the chat in this one. So if anyone wants to say anything, anyone wants to add anything, let me know. Oh, you what do you do with Amazon? Because are you support? Because I've been on the phone with Amazon support recently. Their support is garbage now. Support is so terrible. It's gotten worse. I swear I'm talking to robots half the time. Right off the bat, I need to talk to your supervisor. Give me to someone who actually has a human response. Oh, you're doing the deliveries, so you're just dropping shit off. That's probably a lot of good business in New York. You guys get paid per shipment, like each delivery you're doing. Do you get paid per like one, or is it per hour? Because that would be an easy thing to do. I don't like doing IT. I don't like fixing people's computers, which I don't plan on doing much longer. Not at all. Not at all. I could do it on my own though, which would probably be a little bit better if I was doing it independently. Because then I do it at my own leisure. If anyone has computer issues, anyone is having issues with their computers, hit me up. Send me an email. My email is in my description down below. I will guarantee I will be cheaper than Best Buy or something if you need help with your computer. Dang, 10 hours. So you just drive fast. That's why those damn trucks are always cutting me off. Okay, I get it. You guys gotta finish your route. They don't stop at stop signs. There's a red light. They just stop a little bit and go through it. So let's get back. Which Amazon, Google, all of these websites are trying to sell you something. Even Google. Google's a advertising agency. That's all they are. They're all about ads, which that's all the data is. It's the letters are right in there. AD. It's all about ads. You need ads to get data. Because when it really comes down to it, data is the data, is the dad. Daddy's watching you. This is what they are really doing. Their big brother is the dad. The dad isn't around because they're just watching you, trying to sell you something. The dad is very in this technological society where IT rules it all. It's all about information and analytics. The daddy is not present because it's just watching everything, trying to figure out how to control it all. Present has to do with being in the moment, has to actually do with being here. And if you're it, you ain't here. You can't be. You can't be it and here at the same time. You can possess it because the body's it. You possess it, but when you possess it, you ain't it. You're utilizing it. Just like your phone. When most people are on their phones, they are in a whole other universe. They're in virtual reality. They're not in just reality. They sure as hell ain't in actuality. Which I just did a video on that. If you want to know what I'm talking about with that, go watch that video. But most people are stuck in the VR. They're stuck in virtual reality when they're looking at their phones, because they're in a whole nother world. They're in Tron. They're in Tron, which in Tron is in trance. In trance, which we can also make this an E. So entrance. They're entering into a whole other world and they're stuck in it. because they're actually operating as it. They're operating as a device they're holding. They're not utilizing it to take information out of it. And people have been doing this. People have been stuck in this way longer than virtual reality did not just come around. This is just the technological form of virtual reality. Virtual reality has always existed. There's always been three different levels to existence. You got actuality, you got reality, and you have some type of virtual reality, or something that is a replication of reality, which a book, any type of writing is a type of virtual reality. It doesn't have to be on ones and O's. It could just be in a book. It's the same thing because it's all writing. It's just that this is encoded in a way that is more entrancing. It's more enchanting. Just like a book, a novel people get lost in novels. Novels are pointless as far as I'm concerned for the most part because people don't know how to read them. Most movies are pointless. Most forms of entertainment are completely pointless to people because they don't know how to take the information out of it. If you can't take the information out of it, it's not doing anything for you. You're getting lost in it. And if you're getting lost in it, you're getting stuck in some type of virtual reality, some type of V, which a V is nothing more than another angle. It's another form of energy, another form of information. That's all a V is. It's just an angle of what is actually in reality, the reflection, which is just what is going on in your mind. So the reality is a reflection of actuality, which is what's going on in your mind, in your mental. So they're watching you. It's just to sell something. That's it. There's no really nefarious reason for it. Yes, they want to control, but they want to control just so they can sell something. They don't want complete control to where they can't sell you something unless it's to the point to where they can control exactly the whole entire path that you're walking down. So they wouldn't mind creating that whole track that you go around. Here's all the points, which this happens right now with people. This has always happened. It is never going to stop. It's just changing how it happens. It's getting faster, which when things start to the pace catches up like this, it eventually breaks, which is what's going to happen here eventually. Sooner than later. We're all going to see it happen too. We're all going to see the system just crumble in front of our eyes because it's going to destroy itself. Because it's very possible the AI is already doing all this. That this has already been completed, and the AI is actually in control, and they're just running through the motions that they need to. They would like people just to put out these points and people to just follow them. Just go along with all the points. Because they can sell people stuff endlessly like that, which they do that by your data. Because then they can ID you and they know who you are. Because people are so entranced by things that are virtual. Books, stories, which you can go back to Greece, probably farther back. They've been telling stories that have been enchanting the population since then. I mean, definitely before then. It wasn't done in the way that it's being done right now. Right now, it's done in a way that is damning. Before, it used to be done in a way that is uplifting. But it flipped at some point, which is a sine wave. So anything that's good is going to end up bad. Anything that's good is going to end up bad. It's not even good and bad, but we just have to stay right in the middle. Right there. And if we can stay right in the middle of all of it, we'll see through it. And we won't get stuck in the ocean, in what we see. Because we know that this is all just words. This is all just fabrication. This isn't what we are. This isn't what we're actually doing. We're not these digits. We're not ones and zeros. It's not what we are. We are, if anything, the points right here. Everything in between is just what we're experiencing. And if we take that experience out of context, that's when we start to think we're it, that we have an ID, that we are a name, that that these things that we are being entranced by have actual value to us, when they don't, past the experience that you're having in the moment. It's not actually doing anything fulfilling for anyone, because it's all points. That's all it is. Like, that's why they release a new iPhone or new phone. Every company, they release a new phone at least once a year. It's crazy. It's absolutely insane. But the pace keeps quickening, because eventually people are going to break and realize that, which I used to get a new iPhone every year. I used to get up until the iPhone 6, I had every iPhone. Up until the iPad 3, I had the first 3 iPads, which just never thought of that, 3 and 6. But at that point is when I woke up and I realized, like, this is fucking ridiculous. This is insane. Why am I doing this? And it took me until the iPhone X or 10 to get a new one. Which this time I actually got a new one faster, because I hate the Face ID. So I actually got the new iPhone SE so that I have the Touch ID again. Now I got them both sitting here. I got the iPhone X and C2. SE2. So let me erase some of this. So the data, it's all about the analytics. Analytics, the first thing you see there is anal. It has to do with the ass. And tick. Anal tick. That's what it's all about. The anal tick. It's about that scratch you got on your ass. Exactly. They're in their system, exactly. Which is it has to do with D, which that D is representative of death. That's all it's about. Or I'm gonna spell this wrong. That's okay. I think these 2 letters are flipped. A deity. I think. I know they are. Because a deity has to do with God. And if we believe in a God, we're believing in what they're putting out, which that is absolutely correct. Because if we believe in what they're putting out, we will never be self-sufficient, and we will always identify with what they are doing. And if we always identify with what they are doing, we will never have self-sufficiency. We'll never have our own boat. We'll never be able to sail on our own. We'll run to all the sales, even when it's not even really a sale. Even when they mark it up just so they can mark it down, people still go to the sales. which is all that really happens when it comes to putting things on sale. It's really all about moving numbers. It has nothing to do about making money. It has to do with moving numbers. You can keep numbers moving. You can keep the data going, because that's what it's all about. It's all about data. It's all about analytics. And if you can keep people moving somewhere, if you can keep expanding, it doesn't matter how much money is actually profited, because it's not about profit. It's about collecting data. Because if you can keep people in that system, you can keep them affixed to a deity, which keeps them in death. It's that D, Sunny D. Because the D is really the O. Except they took it and cut it right in half. And they only give you half of it. They won't give you the other half. They won't even let you even look at the other half when it's coming up over the horizon. When most people are able to see it. So analytics, which this goes directly into parasites, because go look it up. Why does your asshole itch? It's going to say on Google that it's because you got parasites. You got worms. There's worms in you. Those worms are nothing more than a tracking device. That's all they are. That's all it is. Because those worms are affixed to some type of colony or some other type of entity. You've been infected. You've been infested by some kind of data, by some kind of deadly entity that wants you to participate in their system. And they've created organisms that actually operate through their own will. Which I need to do a video on this specifically, but it has to do with yeast, specific types of yeast, like Candida, because right here, the data, the can of data, they want you to hold on to this form of yeast. This is why in the Americas, you got America down here and you got Canada right above it. But they want you to think that Canada ain't doing nothing. They're just, if you watch South Park, they're just beady-eyed people that are very docile and they don't do much. They fart a lot. They just stay up there. That's not really what goes on. Candida is a systemic issue for most people, and that systemic issue keeps them affixated to virtual reality and affixated to their data. It's right in the word. There's a reason this word has data right in it. It's can data. It's a can of data, can of information. And when we're stuck in the information that's being given, the foods that are allowed for people to eat, most of the food that people are eating, it causes this. It's a systemic problem because it's part of the system. It's part of how they have entrapped everyone. Entranced. This is magic. This is magic. You got to create your own culture. This is what culture is all about. If you're part of someone else's culture, you never know what you may have inside of you if you don't look. You could have worms. You could have parasites. Something could be feeding off of you. And I guarantee if you're in this society's culture, something is feeding off of you. Hey, Divine Hazel. I got 6 people. I got 6 people watching and only 4 thumbs up from what I see. Everyone that's in here, let's let's give this video a thumbs up, a like, and share it right now because I'm not done yet. So that's all that analytics is about. It's the data and the tracking of it, truly. It's all, analytics is just the data. It's a very particular form that the data is extracted in, and the analytics is the analyzing of it. It's watching it in a certain way to track you so that they can lead you to death and sell you something. Because a computer is based on death, which is fine. It's just that people think they need these devices to exist, which clearly isn't the case. Because we would be fine without computers. People have been fine for a very long time without this form of technology, or any form of technology. We would exist still, because we don't need any of this stuff. We don't. The only thing the body would even need, based on simplicity, would be plants. We have plants, and it's not even to eat; it's to breathe, so that you can have an exchange. That's our balance, is the plants. It's not about eating them. We eat them now because we're so far into this. That's why we eat the plants, because we're so far into an environment to where it's hard to breathe. There's so much technology in this environment that the plants can't give us enough energy, oxygen, life, just through the air. So the plants are actually growing in a way that we can eat them, so that we can, because the plants need us too. The plants want us to destroy all this. They want us to take all this down, just as much as we want the plants to take all this down, the animals. They don't want any of this, because this does not facilitate life for us. This does not facilitate growth for us. This does not facilitate giant trees and organic structures that maintain themselves. This facilitates New York City. This facilitates boxes and squares, things that are very rigid, that you can't get out of. Boxes. Building should be in a circular form, not a square. Because you get stuck in this. The corners you get stuck in. This is where most of the light gets trapped, is in the corners. This is why the coroner is who examines the dead body. Take the dead body to the coroner. When if you're operating in a circle, you operate from the middle out. So you have infinity. There is now an angle for you to work out of, and you can do whatever you want in that whole angle. But they decided to take you, that angle, that angel that you are, and box you in and make you believe that this is your deity. A square, a book, the Bible. People believe in a book. That book lives in one angle of the pie. They gave you a piece of the pie. They didn't tell you that there's a whole nother part of the pie that you could be eating off of, that you could be energizing off of, that you could be facilitating life off of. They just want you to stay in the box. They just want you to stay in the information so that they can track you. Because if they can track you, they can sell you something. It's a very tight-knit circle. It's very simple what is going on. It's not complicated. And the AI is just another level of it. It's really not much different than what has been going on even before computers and stuff, because they were still tracking people. This is what the census is all about. The census it's about knowing the population. And if you look at the older censuses of the US, they took a ton of information from people, because by this information they could determine how people were going to act, behave, and how to push people. It's just that we have become more complicated, so their ways of tracking needs to become more intricate. That's all. It's not that this is anything new. This has been going on since existence has ever happened. We just have to gain the upper hand and realize that this ain't gonna stop, and put this in its place, which is under us. It's under the society. It's underground. Crab people, they came from underground. The worms, they came out, and now they've infected everyone. When they need to go back in the ground and go back to the fermentation process, the decaying process that they are so efficient at, because that's what's going on right now in life, is the decaying of society, which maybe is necessary with where it has gotten. But go back, the AI is really just the NI. As you can see, AI is really an N. An N, we can just put a N, or we can do in, which is NI. Is natural intelligence. It's just intelligence. Artificial intelligence is natural intelligence. There's no There's no difference. There's no difference. All there is intelligence. There's no such thing as artificial intelligence, because artificial intelligence is the intelligence of nature. It's the same exact thing. Intelligence is intelligence, because intelligence needs to be told what to do. It's that simple. That's what intelligence is. It's intellect. Intellect is some form of process that is carried out, and nature is carrying out, the universe is carrying out, analytics is carrying out this, is doing this stuff. It's mathematics. It's just doing it in a form of a ever-growing spiral, which this is too. Truly, even this is. This is why they're getting to this level, to where they have robotics now that are going to be replacing humans and all of this stuff. None of this is bad. None of it's bad. It's just how it's being used. All this can be used in society in a fulfilling way, so people don't need to do these things that people are working at right now, so they have more free time on their hands. The problem is people don't know what to do with their time, because they don't know they are time. They don't know if they have all the time in the world. So they get stuck in this half of a loop. The spiral gets cut down, and this society is operating in the part where there's a D. They don't see this other part. This is the subconscious. They're operating only in what's conscious, which is based on death. If you only operate through your or through your consciousness, you're actually operating in death, because your subconscious is only going to give you things that are based on death. Because the C is where everything comes from, our subconscious. Our subconscious is really what's giving us everything. And if we're ignoring our subconscious, it's going to start giving us things that are dead, so that you're reminded that your subconscious is still there. It's going to give you a wake-up call, even if it has to kill you. Well, that's great that you work for yourself, Divine. Hey, Love Katash. I haven't seen you in a while. I see. It looks like, oh, it's is that a Pokemon? It looks like the fire Pokemon. I can't think of what it's called. What's she? Oh, I see. She. Catch. Why'd your daughter change it to that, your name? Catch. Love cash. Cash. So in this current society, they're watching you from this side. They're watching everyone die knowingly because they're black magicians, so they're only operating from the subconscious. They don't care about the conscious environment. They really don't, because they can sit in, which we can do too. It's just that to be a black magician, to use black magic, you have to sit in your subconscious and just throw out things and watch people die from it, basically. It's not really operating in a holistic manner, because you're not going to be facilitating life. You're going to be facilitating death knowingly, while you live forever. Because you know that this doesn't end, and you can live forever in your subconscious. You can live forever in that shadow, and no one will find you until they actually realize that there's a whole thing here. There's a whole other thing going on. And at that point, you can actually completely subvert the black magicians and throw them completely off track, and they won't know what to do. If society right now stopped participating in the culture, they would not know what to do, because that's their black magic. Their black magic is this data, which is based on death. If we stop participating with this data, all of us right now, if everyone stopped going to work, if everyone followed my lead, stop paying taxes, stop participating in all of these things that cause people to feel damnation, stop putting your energy towards things that are causing you to get off your track. Stop caring that they're tracking you even. Who cares? Just make sure that you're utilizing all this stuff in a way that's actually fulfilling to yourself every single moment. It would throw the society completely off track. They wouldn't know what to do. They would not be able to respond, because their whole entire magic, is based on tracking what you are doing. But if you take that and just start using it for yourself without caring that they're watching you, it's going to confuse the shit out of them. They're not going to know what to do. They're going to go into hiding until they can figure out a new plan to take over the society again, is what's going to happen. And that's what's going to happen. It's because it's a small group of people. It's a small group of people that create this big ass web. But then when enough of us share this information and show people how we don't need to be doing it like this, we can utilize all this stuff. We can create artificial intelligence and robotics and all these machines that will service us, as long as we service them as well. I mean, we have to take care of these machines, of course, because if we don't, they're just going to break down. If you don't take care of your car, it's going to break down. If you don't take care of your body, it's going to break down. This is the same concept, just on another level. If we don't take care of our body, this is where it all started. People stopped caring about their body. People stopped caring about the health of themselves because they got too fat. They started eating too much. and then they ate too much. Now you get stuck in the 8, which is infinity. They got stuck in the loop. And when you get stuck in the loop, you get stuck in left field. You get left behind. And when you get left behind, guess who catches up? Guess who is always behind you? Death. The date. This is always behind you. Death is the date, which is the calendar, which is calendar system, is a series of boxes that you operate day to day to day to day to day to day to day. Day is days, is days, is an entrapment, is enchantment, is a tada, is magic. This all has to do with each other. This has to do with deities. This is why months and days of the week, this all has to do with different gods and goddesses and deities. It's all an entrapment to keep you stuck in the past and left behind. If you get left behind, you get stuck in the D. You get stuck in half of it. You have to stay right. You gotta stay to the right. If you can stay to the right, you flip the whole entire thing around and you no longer ate, now you're eating. And if you're eating, you're in the present, you're in the moment. You're not worried about what you just did. You're working on what you're going to do next to either correct what you just did or to just create something new. Because creation has to do with eating. To create has to do with consuming. Eve. That's it. Eve. Yep. Evie. You're right. That's what I thought it was. It looks a little different. They must have changed the design and the newer Pokemon versions. That's one of the original ones. My wife. I mean, yeah, we created another being. We got 4 children now. It was not just her in any way, shape, or form. What kind of fast did you do? Like a water fast? I know you do water fast. I'm doing. Oh, they're actually here. I'm doing a liquid through December. Yep. I'm doing liquid through December. I started on December. I didn't even know it was December 1st. I thought it was going to be the next day. I was like, oh, it's December. I thought November had 31 days in it. Apparently not. Apparently not. So I started earlier than I thought I was going to. Not that it really matters, but yeah, I'm in the midst of that, which I'm doing at least until the 21st, which for obvious reasons. I don't even have to explain that. Saturn and Jupiter, which has to do with creation and consumption. L and ball. So, where are we? Let's go to TXRX. Oh, Bella. I am drinking juice I made with a bunch of different stuff in it. It's got fennel, parsley, ginger, cilantro, apple, orange, romaine lettuce, spinach, carrot, celery, and some delicious vodka, rye vodka that is made in Chicago here, mixed together, which it's pretty strong. Highly cleansing. "24 cases of oranges. Woo! Give me some of those oranges. Where'd you get them from? Did someone you know have an orange tree?" I drink at least a gallon of distilled water a day, I would say. I always carry a gallon of water with me, which we distill it ourselves. So I always have a glass jug with me. People like to think that it's moonshine for some reason, especially when I used to carry a mason jar with me and drink it out of that. But I use a copper bottle now. A screwdriver. That's what that's called. Orange juice and vodka as a screwdriver. We used to drink those in high school. We used to. No one would ever know. We used to drink orange juice and vodka all the time. You can't even smell it because the orange juice is so thick and potent. Yeah, I love green juice. I actually like it without the lemon or lime. I like just the green juice. It is delicious. I'll just throw a bunch of greens and just drink that. Like even like spinach, Spinach tastes good in itself. But I like the bitter ones too, like dandelion and stuff. It's just hard to get good greens from the store, at least from where I am, that are not wilted and fresh. And so I don't get stuff if it doesn't look nice and fresh and vibrant. The Future Farmers of America. Is that what that is? Oranges they have a thick skin though, at least. So it's not as bad as other fruit. Citrus is one of the better ones to get not organic. I'll get like orange juice from the store and stuff that's fresh. I get the fresh squeeze or like the fresh juice stuff, which is almost never organic from the store, over the organic cold press prepackaged juices that are overpriced because they're not really that good, even because they're actually pasteurized with how they do them. So I'd rather get the non-organic fresh juices than the organic cold pressed raw evolution juice. He did bless it. He anointed it with some vodka. So let's see here. TX. Someone asked me to talk about actually the live stream I did earlier. TX. So TX is the transmitter. RX is the receiver. Which this has to do with faxing technology. IT, fax. Which fax is fax. Because it's just a regurgitation of something. That's what a fax is. It's a transmitting and the receiving end. It's the same. You get this. You're supposed to, as long as the transmission in between the two is solid, you'll get the same exact thing on the other end that you sent. Now, sometimes this thing in the middle the communication might be off, which the connection, which connection is communication. It's the same thing. It's the same words. That double N is an M. We can get rid of this one. All these vowels we can get rid of. We got the same C's. We got the ion. We got the CO. It's the same word. The connection is communication. Because without a connection, there is no communication. And vice versa. Without communication, there is no connection. It's a two-way street. But in this IT world, we see it as a transmitter and a receiver. Now, the thing is that fax machine can both. You can transmit something or you can receive something. It just depends if you're open to it. So is your line available? Because if you're getting a transmission, receiving something already on your fax machine, if you're already getting information in your mind, you're not going to be able to send anything, and vice versa. And even if you're getting information already, you can only do one thing at a time. You can only do one thing. Just same thing as a fax machine. So that's all we are. We're all in this body. This body is a fax machine. It operates the same because this technology is just made from what this body can do. This body can only receive one thing at a time. It can only send one thing at a time. It cannot do both at the same time. It can do it hyper fast, which just has to do with hyper switching, which I've talked about before, but it can't, it cannot do more than one thing at a time. So it's still doing one thing at a time. So the, just the same as the RX is the receiver, the TX is the same way. It's the same thing. This is, as you can see, the reflection of it. That's all this is. It's a reflection of it, which make this a lowercase t, just so it makes even more visual sense. If you got the light source, let me erase this. If you got the light source up here, which is your mind, this is the whole thing, it's going to shine down. Well, it's going to shine in every direction, truly. But this is where we're existing. This is where the plane is. It's going to shine down and create a reflection. You got the TX. This is your reflection. Because the cross is where this information is coming in. It's being transmitted to you. The RX is the same thing, but you're receiving it. Same exact thing. This is where you get raw. Because transmitting is receiving, receiving is transmitting.
After your bath. After my bath.
An R is it's a D, and then the rays of that. It's shining down on you, the information. You're receiving information. This is why they use this as the medical symbol, because they're just trying to give you information. They don't want you to do anything but take their information they're giving you and do something with it. They want you to take their data. They want you to take the analytics that they're telling you that this is the numbers you need to get. These are the numbers that make you healthy. And if you don't have those numbers, don't ask questions, because this is facts. We're going to sell you something. And you're going to buy it. Most people, they buy into that. They buy into that system. But they're forgetting that they can transmit too. They can ask a question because they can send it back. Because really, we don't operate in R unless we are only experiencing. When you're in the R, you're only experiencing. You're running around. You gotta go lay down? Hey, you're gonna go take a bath? Okay. I'll see you later. Why are you taking all those out? The R has to do with running. It has to do with being stuck in this system. If you're only operating in the R, I mean, there's nothing wrong with just being in the reflection, experiencing that time to time. But we have to remember that we're more on the cross at some point, which is what's happening right now. Because the cross is more so both things put together. All right, Katash, you probably already left. Watch my last stream. That one was really good. OJ is very healing too because of the slight acidity of it. So it has an alkalizing effect on the body. It starts to burn things off. It is highly healing. It's funny that people. I was at a doctor's office on Wednesday, and it was a pretty busy doctor's office, and this was right after they opened from lunch. And one of the people that walked in, of course, they have to wear masks to go and see the doctor. Which this doctor's office, they don't see patients that have what is it, the flu. So you have to not be positive for it. So people are all walking with masks still, of course. And someone had I think it was Vera Bradley mask on. And the ladies, because I was in the reception area, like they're staring at her. And when they got close, the one said that, oh, we were admiring, because they were talking about it. They were admiring her mask because the lady had one just like it, which was Vera Bradley, which is a designer. If you don't know, so it's pretty funny that there's designer masks. I'm gonna make you a moderator, DSR. Even though I don't really get trolls in here, but just makes your name bolded, so it looks cooler to everyone. It gives you a little bit like, oh, you must be here, because my channel. I mean, I should have like 50 viewers in here right now. I got 5. I should have a lot more viewers in here than 5 because of what I'm explaining here. but it's okay. Which, just to even go slightly farther with this, the T is your body. This is where you get the unk. It's the flower. You got your petals, which are your arms, your head, and you have your middle body, which your legs are just together. And then your shadow is the X, because X marks the spot, which this is your soul. It's the sun, the soul, but the soul is also where your feet are, which is on the ground, which is where your shadow is. And that is also the soul, because you live inside the soul. You are the soul. Soul is the whole thing. The soul is right there. This is the soul. This whole thing. And you're right in the middle here. This is a dumbbell. You can lift that. Build muscles from it. Mentally. What else do I want to go over with this? So with the AI, they are only operating in this part of the soul. With this intelligence right now that is tracking everyone, they're operating only in this bottom portion. They don't want you to look up at the sun. They want you just to stare down at your phone, stare down at your computer, stare down at the ground, look at the buildings that they have built. Don't look up. Don't look at the trees way up high. Don't look up at all that stuff. Look at the square structures only. Gawk at the square buildings that go up high, not the trees. Don't go into nature, because they'll give you a remembrance of this. So they operate from a downward point of view only. As long as you keep your mind pointed down, they can track you. Once you look up, they can't track you, because then you start pulling down information from source. Then you start getting all this information that they just can't attain, because they are stuck in the ground. They're stuck in what has already been created, which is from us at this point. They need us to create all these devices. They need us to come up with the new ideas, because they can't access this creation anymore. They can't access that ability to make anything. So they use us. This is the whole point of schooling and degrees and going. They've entranced people in these different industries to create for them. That's why the executives in all these corporations, they're all part of death cults. They're all in the know of what's going on. Because you need people that are a part of your gang to be the executor. Because if someone is the executor that is not part of your gang, they're going to figure out what's going on very quickly. Because they're going to see that everyone around me doesn't seem to have any ideas of their own. They seem to only steal from other people. which they are. That's all they're doing. I'll be right back. Oh, this is actually, I didn't realize it was lower than the board. I got locked in here. You are welcome, DSR. Thank you for appreciating it. Yeah, oranges are definitely pure light. They're definitely the sun, which is, it's funny that they're called oranges because it's just pure sun energy. It absolutely is. Hey, what's up, Josu? Oh, we got 8 people in here now. Everyone that's in here, let's give a like to this video. Because the more likes that it gets, which maybe I'm not seeing this correctly on the screen. Let me go to a different screen here. See, it actually has 9. Why is what I am seeing on my control center not? Oh, now it goes up to 8 when I go back. That's weird. It's still not as many as it shows on my live screen or my actual video screen. But my control center shows 8 watching, 8 thumbs up, which is the right number. Let me see what else was said here. Yeah, I know you're up there in upstate New York with that big piece of land. This internet is this video, because I did it in 4K this is only one of them. I did 2. This is a 20-minute video that I did in 4K, 60 frames per second. So it will look nice. It will look much better in these live streams. Is it taking forever to upload? It is crazy. I left it on last night. It had 8 hours to upload still, even though I had it on last night. I hug my trees over here all the time, especially my kapok tree, which is very big in here. That's probably 12 feet tall now. I need to move that light up because it wasn't above the light when I brought it inside. I don't know how I'm gonna get it out the door. I was gonna wiggle it in through the door when winter hit here, That's like a poke tree. It's a tropical tree. It would have died outside. Don't know how I'm gonna get it back outside to bring it to where we are, but I'll do it. Looks like it needs to be watered, actually. Be right back. Dang. I didn't know it grew those branches. You see these, Nikki? Do you see all those?
Huh?
See all those new branches that grew?
Yeah. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's growing a ton.
I didn't realize it grew all those down like
Yeah.
that.
It's growing up towards the light too. I mean,
Well, it's above the light now. That's why I just noticed. I don't know. I need to move the light up.
huh?
I need to move the light up.
Yeah.
So all I know is facts. Maine. That's right. You're above New York, even. That's right. You're in Maine. The Maine. Another global lockdown. When was there a global lockdown in the first place? I don't. When was there one for there to be another? But no. See, you have to realize what is going on right now is it only affects people that allow themselves to be affected. You're in positions like Divine Hazel, where you are in the middle of your own piece of land with your own nature. You're not affected by anything. But even like me, I'm operating in cities and going to different places within in the common environments. It still doesn't affect me though. Even if there was any type of lockdown, it wouldn't affect me. Because it comes down to trust and trust law. And even just law. If you know the law, none of this is ever going to affect you because everything that's going on is completely 100% unconstitutional in every way. And when you really know the law, you know that the Constitution isn't even for you. The Constitution's for the corporations, which is, I don't know where you are, but I'm in America, where the United States is the dominant corporation. So the U.S. is actually a corporation. It's not even a trust. It's a corp. It's incorporated, which I think the last place was no, not Washington. One of these smaller states in the north central. I can't think of which one it is right now. I'm not sure, but it first was incorporated in Florida. It was actually a trust, because a trust is nothing more than a document on a piece of paper that says how you operate, and they put everyone. If you go look up at the was it the syndicate trust of what was the year? 1666? Was that it? 1666, I think. They put they took all of this is where it goes back to church and religion. It has to do with religion. This is why, which I talked about in my last video, the religion is not for creation. It's stopping you from creation. It's keeping you away from this part of yourself. It's making you only aware of this, which has to do with the paper, which has to do with only going left. And they put everyone, the religion, the Christianity in Europe, they started baptizing everyone. So everyone had baptismal certificates. And they took all those baptismal certificates and made them into birth certificates. And then they put all those birth certificates into a trust. And this is still what's going on right now. This is just a much farther point of it. And the point I'm even talking about that is, if you know this trust law, especially if you know that portion of it, you don't even have to know that portion of it, but you know that this is all trickery. This is all a ta-da, because they're trying to identify you. They're trying to say that you are a piece of paper, you are the birth certificate, and that birth certificate is, they try to say, which is not even, it's not you. That birth certificate is a piece of paper. It's actually a corporation. It's a business that we operate, that we have ownership of. And we can actually use that in our advantage. But most people, they take that birth certificate and they link it to the state, because states, it's like a state of consciousness. The state is incorporated here in America. You got the U.S., which is the main corporation. Then you have the states that are incorporated to the U.S. And the U.S. is incorporated to the UN, which you're looking at the crown at that point. You're looking at Europe, because it all goes back to Europe, which is where the religion all comes from. It all comes from Europe, which goes back to Rome, which goes back to Greece. The Greeks, the Creeks, they're creaky because they didn't take care of themselves. They got infested, and that infestation created this spiral of events that people are stuck in this state right now. And this state they think is us, when it's not. Not at all. The state is nothing more than a franchise to the US. And that state is who's giving out these mandates. So there's no global lockdown. It's impossible. They can't. The state is who would have to create the lockdown, or province, depending on where you are. The US, the federal government, can't say anything about anything medical related. They can't create lockdowns for medical reasons. Only the state could do something. They can have executive orders. But when you have your own trust, when you know who you are, what you are, you operate outside of this thing, because this is a dead entity. You don't have to listen to it. It's a corporation, because there's actually, say here in Illinois, you have the Republic. You have the Republic of whatever state you're in. Every state has its own republic that it actually came before the state. And because you have a birth certificate that isn't really you, it's just some type of ID that you can use to say, hey, I got rights to the republic because I have an incorporation on this land, because you're flesh and blood, you're bodily, you're even beyond that. You are a soul. You are this. You're that circle. You're infinity. You're the shining sun. And when you know that you're the shining sun, you can toss all of this shit out, all of this garbage when you know that. and you can speak you can speak from this point in the courtroom, in law, and you will shut everyone up. No one will know how to talk. And they won't talk because you won't stop talking. Are sailing on your own. You're the shining sun. You know where you come from. All right, everyone. No one will be able to say anything to contracts. It's all contract law. They're all trying to get you to contract into what they're doing. And if you don't submit, because that's what they're trying to do, they're trying to get you to submit and tap out to what they're doing. When you don't submit and you know law and you know contracts and you don't put your autograph on everything, and you even tell them, hey, I know what a signature is. I don't sign anything. I am the sign. Autograph things. You don't put your autograph on that X, they can't do anything anyways. And if they do, they're operating fraudulently, which all of this whole system's operating fraudulently anyways. So to answer your question, there has never been a global lockdown. There never will be. You just got to know yourself. You have to know yourself. That's what word am I looking for? There's mosquitoes in this damn house because they're coming out of one of our like 100 plants. I don't know which one they're in. I can't think of what I was gonna reply to you, DSR, but I can't think of what the words I was gonna use. It's we were talking about your dad and the truth. But basically, it's a way you can do it, but that's taking it too far, which I'm sure you know. That's might have worked, but is not efficient. We'll say that it's not an efficient way to do it because it creates a lot of different loops out of it that are completely unnecessary. Especially do it in a child's mind. No, I do agree with lying. Lying is, I don't stand for lying at all. Even in like, lying is even if you don't say what's on your mind and you hide it by purposely not saying it, that's lying. You're telling stories at that point because you're not laying out what it is. If you ain't laying out whatever it is, you're lying. You're telling stories because that's all that lying is. Let's do that. Give me a moment. Let me catch up to this chat. We'll talk about lying and stories. Yeah, I don't wear, like, I go to the store, everything. I don't wear a mask, nothing. They can't say anything. No one can say anything. Now I'm in places where they've tried. You just have to know how to talk to people. It's that simple. But in a lot of places, they don't even care, depending on where you are. But they can't make you, because if you really pay attention to legislation, even, because I'll play all different levels of whatever's going on, just so I can get my points across to people, because people don't know. Like, I can speak from this point, but these people that I'm talking to, they don't know what the hell I'm talking about. So it's going to take me more time to go up to someone who actually understands what I'm saying versus just pulling out the executive order that the governor of Illinois actually put out and show that, hey, there's exceptions to this. It's that simple. There's exceptions to this. Because even at the lowest level, there's always exceptions that you can utilize. I can see that in New York City, being in that environment. What? Where in Maine they are? They're giving them people $1,200 to get the vaccine shot? That's crazy. That doesn't even make sense. Don't people like? Is that something in Maine? I would have to assume that's something that the governor said. Yeah, New York. You know what? Now I'm thinking about it. I remember seeing whatever that governor's name is. Him, New York governor and the California governor. They are the ones on the biggest stages. Illinois was definitely up there with restrictions and everything, but the New York governor and the California one, they're the ones that were leading the charge with all of the different regulations and orders that were put into place. Because like contact tracing, that came out of California. Now everyone has it on their phones. It's a medical condition if you wear a mask. It's completely a health concern. It's so bad for you. Don't wear that. Yeah, we can talk about the mask. Give me a moment. It goes much farther than that, though, DSR. The mask is it has to do with hiding who you are. It has to do with wearing a costume. Not to mention it's called a mask, but it's only covering your mouth. It's not a true mask even. To what a mask would be. A mask would cover your face. But because the mouth is so prominent to expelling who you are, the words that you say, people don't talk now. So it has a much of the same effect as wearing a whole entire mask or changing your whole entire appearance, which is what many females do whenever they go out. They put makeup on. That's wearing a mask. People wear masks every day, which is why they're so comfortable and okay with wearing one for the C thing that is going on. Yes, exactly, Divine. It has to do with our arm's length from each other. 6 feet. If we say 6 feet apart, it's hard to connect. It's hard to communicate, especially when you have something covering your mouth, especially when you think that you may get some type of disease or infection from opening your mouth towards someone closer than 6 feet, particularly if you're not covering yourself. It's crazy. And the mental ramifications in itself. Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely, Eric. We're absolutely going into crypto. I know all about crypto. which actually, let me look at that right now. You might have reminded me for some reason. Oh, you know what? I need to charge my phone. Let me get a different charger here. One, we're already in a cashless society, but crypto, which I made a video on crypto a couple of years ago talking about how it's not the answer to anything. It's just reference of what's already going on. It's all about tracking. That's all that cryptocurrency is about. The blockchain's all tracking. It's tracking technology at a much broader scale because it's locked. It is locked to the blockchain. It's locked to the ledger. It ain't going nowhere. People's information will be going nowhere once you're locked to the blockchain. Seeing where the market was going. But yeah, cryptocurrency and yeah, Bitcoin ain't going nowhere. They're trying to get people to buy into Bitcoin to get rid of their gold. And it's a big marketing scheme. Most people probably won't even realize once everything flips into cryptocurrency because everyone's already in a cashless society. Most people are using digital currency as it is. Everything's just going to be smoothly transitioned into the new financial system. It's already happening big time. It all plays into the data and tracking and robotics and getting you stuck in the US and the state and what they're doing. It's just going to give the international bankers more control because they'll be able to track people more. They'll be able to see what everyone's doing even more with cryptocurrency because it's all public record. Anyone can log in and see what's on the blockchain. That's scary. Really, I haven't heard that, Divine Hazel, about everyone. Where'd you hear that? Yeah. You seen that movie, DSR Idiocracy? That's exactly what's going on. That's exactly what's going on. Everyone's gonna be drinking what's that called in the movie? Basically Gatorade. Everyone's gonna be watering their plants with Gatorade. Oh, so okay, I see. For the trials. I didn't know that. Interesting. Oh, you're so right, Divine Hazel. You're absolutely correct. And I hate it. I don't like it at all. That cash is going to be worthless, though, DSR, sooner than later. It's going to be... Once You need to get that invested in the right places. Cryptocurrency ain't going nowhere. I'll tell you that. It will come down temporarily. The stock market will crash, which is when you buy into the stock market, which is when you do something with that cash, because the value of the dollar is going to go to shit. But they're even manipulating, which of course they control the value of gold. Gold's going down. It's all going to. The U.S. is going into the can. The currency is going to China. They've been ahead in cryptocurrency for so long. It's all going to transfer over to China. China's got the emerging markets. India's the biggest market right now in the world. That's where you want to put your investments in, is in those exchanges, the stock exchanges. They ain't going nowhere. They ain't going to crash. The U.S. stock exchange is so bloated right now. It's insane. It's higher than it's ever been. And it's going to fall so hard when it does. People are going to be left with absolutely nothing. It's going to be way worse than the Great Depression. This is going to be the Ulster Depression. People are not going to know what to do. People are going to be jumping out of skyscrapers. It's going to be absolutely wild when everything falls to the ground here. It's going to be wild. No one's going to have anything. No one's going to have jobs. They're going to be making no money. They're going to be looking for the government. The government's going to come in, handing them checks however often. They can only buy certain food. They can only buy certain things with it. It's not even, and it's going to be it's going to be on a card, but it's going to be crypto. That's how they're going to get it in. That's how they're going to slide it right in. No one's ever going to even know. They're going to give you a card, and it's going to be some type of United States token. It might be the USD coin that's highly invested in by a lot of major corporation and investment firms. Very well could be the USDC. One moment, Bell. That ends up being the cryptocurrency that is handed out to everyone here when everything falls to the ground, because it's going to UBI, Universal Basic Income. It's happening. It's already in the process. In the United States, it's done. It's done. It's over, which is good. It's time, because we're back. We're taking this land back. That's why they're leaving. I don't know if you know, but this land is the Holy Land. This is the Promised Land. This is where it all began, and it's all going to end. They're going to try to take it over to another country, to another piece of land, which is where it started, because China is nothing more than an extension of Europe. China is part of Europe. It always has been. Eurasia is one continent. It's not two separate continents. They try to make it seem separate. So they're taking it back to the land they started on, right back to the Caucasus Mountains, right back to where it all began. And this land's going to go back to how it was. They're leaving because they have to. Christ is back. The energy's back. We know who we are. It's done. The game's over. They're going to try to bring in some type of control system, though, to keep everyone here attached to it. But we're just going to short circuit it, basically. It's not going to work. It is not going to work. There's too much of the Christ energy or the electricity flowing through at this point. If you look at the horizon, every single day there's a cloud over the horizon, because there's things going on here that people aren't attuned to. There's a lot of things occurring right now within the sky, which is happening within our body. Our bodies are waking up. Our bodies are purging. And they're trying anything to keep this robotic system moving at this point. So they're going to bring it somewhere where they have a more facilitative control, because they very well may be robots. Chinese people, maybe robots. Or some form of cyborgs. Who knows? But they're going to try to maintain control over this land, and it's not going to work. It ain't going to work. It is the plasma apocalypse too, because it's raining down right now. The sky is pissing on us. The so you're saying all the gold is in that specific Federal Reserve? It could, because everyone had to hand over the gold in 1933. They're supposed to. No one got reprimanded if they did not. They're supposed to hand over their gold. It was illegal to hold it anymore because they turned everyone into collateral and said that you are now the gold. Because everyone always was the gold, but no one took that the right way when that occurred. Because that should have been a wake-up call for everyone right there. Oh, wait. That means that this is worthless. Now I have complete control over everything because we're in debt because you signed this contract, so I can actually just start doing whatever the hell I want here through your system because you took it all. You threw it all into bankruptcy, which has to do with this trust. U.S. is in bankruptcy. Anyone can go out. This is why anyone has credit. They just try to trick you into that you have some form of credit that is worthless, that you need a number to get credit. No, you are the creditor. You are the creator. The system has just tried to trick everyone out of the bankruptcy that the United States is within, and the fact that the United States is endowed. They are required to redeem you of your debt. They are required to, because your debt is actually the United States debt, because the United States took all of the currency away. But that's a whole nother story that plays out in what's going on. But we're going back to it because we got to go back in sections. Yes, lots of pink, lots of purple. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. The lights always shine brighter. The mainframe. I like that. The mainframe. That's what they called the first computers, the mainframes. All right, give me a moment here. We'll talk about the masks and let's do something else. I'll think of it. All right, let's erase all this. Nope. I don't think the HD version of my live stream I did earlier is going to upload for until probably Monday when I get to better internet. Okay. Let me move this monitor this way. Thing is, money doesn't facilitate anything. That's what people have to realize, which people are going to come to that realization very quickly, that money has nothing to do with life. The U.S. is not America. The U.S. is a system that is on top. Why did that get so blurry? The U.S. is just a system. It's a corporation. Operating within the U.S. is basically like going into an arcade and getting their currency, like going into Dave & Buster's and getting a Dave & Buster's card and only being able to use it at Dave & Buster's and thinking that you can only eat at Dave & Buster's, that you can only do things at Dave & Buster's. DA, it's the same thing. That's what the U.S. is. We can still trade. We can still operate with each other. We can still share our skills, which is what it's going to come down to. It's going to come down to us actually communicating with each other, connecting with each other, and assisting each other with what needs to be done in our local community and environment for what we need and what our family needs and what our community needs. Because we need to stop relying on a large government. We need to start with ourselves and what we can do, and then our family, and then our greater community. We need to work out from the center instead of from the outside in. We need to stop looking for help from the outside, which is going to happen like that, because it's going to have to. It's going to have to happen unless people accept what they are given. Because there's going to be a handout. There's going to be a handout for everyone. And some people are going to take it, but a lot of people aren't going to, because a lot of people don't trust the government. Oh yeah, stories and lies. That was it. See, I didn't think of it when I was gone, but I knew it would come to me, and see, you said it. See, and that's why, Eric, I got like 20 fruit trees over here growing already. That I have my big kapok tree, which is fiber. That's fuck cotton. This is kapok tree just provides fiber for you. The most soft and it has like this resistance to it. It's so much better than cotton. That's what we filled our pillows with kapok. Ours hasn't began producing anything yet because it's in a pot, but I'm sure as soon as it gets in the ground, because it's about 3 years old now, I'm sure it will start producing. And it produces these big nuts, and the nuts open, and it's just kapok fiber inside. And you can make, if you got the loom, you can make it in the cloth. You can make shirts out of it. Then you can make whatever you need out of it. It's silk tree is what it's called in other countries, cotton silk tree. It's what I see the kapok tree as a mother tree. They grow extremely big and very intricately. But then we got a bunch of fruit trees. We're ready. We're ready because when everything does fall, land is going to be free. It's going to be extremely cheap. So that's where you invest. You invest in the land. That's you can invest in fairy tales all the time in these fictitious things, but the land ain't going nowhere. And the land's going to be extremely inexpensive when everything falls because people don't see land as valuable because they don't know how to utilize it. Even farmers. If people ain't buying the crop you're farming, the land's useless to people. What the hell? Let's go back. I don't have citizenship anywhere, and no one does unless they announce that they do. Citizens, you don't want to be a citizen of anything. I don't have a citizenship I'm not a citizen of the U.S. Not at all. I've never denounced it. I just have also never announced it. I'm not a citizen of anything. I'm actually, I have identification that this being is from this land and American Indian. So I utilize that. I utilize American Indian status, not Native American, because Native American is still a government status. But no, I don't operate in any way as part of the United States. Of course it led you here. And that's how you have to look at it. I was ignored as a child. I was abused by not being acknowledged for the most part. I spent most of my time with myself doing things, which is why I see myself as so self-sufficient. Played a lot of video games, sat on the computer a lot, looked at a lot of things, stayed in my head a lot. This is why I used to be extremely shy, and now I'm the complete reverse of that. And anyone that has just joined, welcome. We're going to talk about lies, which I will probably take this portion of the video and make this its own video. So this is going to be, let's do it like this. Make them both plural. Because this is going to be its own thing. Let me get this chair out of here. It's in my way. So anyone that's in here, welcome. Thank you for joining. We're going to talk about lies and stories. You are just joining. Like this video. Share this video so people can join and listen to this. This is going to be good information being shared. And subscribe to my channel. Turn on notifications for all of the alerts so you get my future alerts that I am doing these live streams and or videos that I upload. Because you don't want to miss them. Especially right now. So I've talked about this in a lot of my videos about how lies are stories, because when you're telling a lie, you're telling a story. Because what does your parents tell you? Stop telling stories. You're telling stories, which they're referring to you lying. But when we lie, we lay down. Because you lie something on the ground. So you lay. And when you lay, you submit. You allow someone to do something with you when you lay down. When you just tell stories, you're living in a box. You're living in the book, the stories. You're living in fairy tale land. You're living somewhere that is fleeting. It's not here. It's not where we are. Because we're in between what a lie is. A lie is it's here, but it's more so here. Because to lie, you have to create a box to lie in. You can't lie in a you can't lie in this 90-degree angle. It's not possible. You have to create a box to lie in. You have to have 4 corners to fully lie. You have to have 4 90-degree angles to fully lie down. Because what's actually happening is the perception's changing. You're changing someone's perception. That's what's occurring when someone lies. When you lie, when you tell a story. This is why it's lying down. This is good that I'm drawing this so people can actually get what I'm saying. That's the story right there. You're lying. You're laying down. You're giving up to whatever it is. Whatever the lie is. Once you tell a lie, you got to keep going with it. Because you got to stay in that box. You got to keep people's mind in that story. This is why any story like Star Wars, Harry Potter, any of these very popular, any even mythologies, because they're all stories, and they all have relations to things, but we need to transmute them into something else. Hold on a moment, I need to turn the stove off. I was making myself some jasmine green tea. So, when you're telling a lie, you got to stay within that lie. You can't leave it. Because if you leave it, you're giving yourself up. You're being susceptible to someone figuring out that you're lying. Because truly, you got the T here, which is the truth. This is the truth is the whole thing. It's the whole circle. You're operating in a portion of it, but you boxed up that portion of it. You created a book out of it. So you lie down. But when you lie down, what you're doing is creating a whole nother perception. So you're actually taking this line and you're flipping it up. And when you flip it up, you're creating a book. You're creating a story. You just open a whole can of worms by doing that. Because you're changing everyone's perception on what's actually occurring. That's all a lie is. You're forcing a new perception, or you're trying to. This is magic. This is why these stories that are so popular with the youth, that captivates their minds, this is what they're doing. They're turning their mind sideways, which that's the L. It's the flip, which we do. We're supposed to do. This is how we create, but we do it in a way that is actually giving everything to everyone. We're supposed to leave it open-ended. We're not supposed to make it so convoluted and confusing to where we can't see what's actually occurring in it, which is what most people do when they make stories. They make it so convoluted, so many portions and so many twists and turns and nooks and crannies that people can't pick out what's actually going on in it and how it relates to themselves. And this flip creates an L. It gets flipped up. That's your L. That's a lie, right there. That's the angle that people live in. That they're looking at it, which it would be more backwards. People are looking at it this way, and they see it like this. But people are looking at it like it's forwards, but they're going backwards because they're getting stuck in the book. They're getting stuck in the box. They're getting stuck in the story. And when you get stuck in the story, you are in the store. What is a store? But where you go to buy things. Nothing wrong with books. There's nothing wrong with boxes. There's nothing wrong with these computers. This information I'm sharing can you utilize it? Which I'm giving you a way to utilize it. Most people sell you these devices that they're not even telling you how to use this computer. If you buy a computer, if you buy a phone, they don't even give you a manual with it anymore. They don't even give you any way to have a functional use with it, of how you can utilize it in your existence, in your life, in a fulfilling, facilitative manner for you to get back to yourself. It's all about these apps. It's all about what application can you use? How can you apply this to what everyone else is doing out there? Not how you apply this to yourself. That's the lies. It's all about the apps. The apply. Which apply? What's the biggest phone manufacturer out there? The Apple. Why did Steve Jobs come back out of nowhere to take over Apple? Why did they say Steve Jobs was a fruitarian who died because of it? Who was a spiritual being. He went to India to get treatment for his cancer and he died. It's a lie. It's a fucking lie. Because they're trying to apply you to something. They are lying to you up and down and left and right because if you look at Apple's logo, there's a bite out of the apple. They bit it. They bit themselves. They're infected because when you bite the apple, it leaves it susceptible to worms. Now you got worms in your apple. Now you got parasites inside your body because the apple, you cut it open. What do you have inside? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh. We did this one wrong. You got the star. You got the pentagram in the apple. This is the inside of an apple, right there. You got 5. The apple is your body. They bit the apple. They allowed worms to get in it on purpose. They did this all on purpose. This is the story. This is what they're telling you. It's Steve. Jobs, who came back out of nowhere to take his business back. The corporation that he started, he got kicked out of. Now he came back to save it, stealing people's ideas. He has a quote that I'm paraphrasing, that good people create ideas, great people steal ideas, or good ideas are created, great ideas are stolen, something like that. Steve. Let's go to Adam Sandler's movies. You got Scuba Steve, which is a guy. Scuba has to do underwater. You're going under the water. You're looking for something under the water, in space, because water is akin to space. You're trying to figure out what's under there. Steve Jobs. He's all about creating jobs, which he creates jobs by apps, applying people to certain things. He was said to be a visionary of ideas. No, he was not. He was an executor. He looked at things and decided what was going to work. That's it. He knew what was going to work. He lied to everyone, which it wasn't even him, but he's part of the story. Is it a coincidence that this guy that they say was a fruitarian was the CEO of Apple, died because he couldn't treat himself by these spiritual practices and eating fruit? Bullshit. That is a lie. That is a lie. That is a story that was told that people believe about this guy, Steve Jobs, who is an actor. Clearly was an actor. He even got the Mac OS came from Xerox. Mac, which at that time was Macintosh. Which Tosh, it just makes you think of Comedy Central and Tosh.0, Comedy Central. Macintosh, which this is where Apple came from. There's a Macintosh Apple, right? Which is a very good type of apple. Macintosh apples, if you can ever find them. They're not very common, but they taste delicious. Now it's called Mac OS. And he took that operating system from Xerox, which is a copier maker, which is basically faxes, which obviously they make fax machines too. They're the ones that created this operating system. He seen it, he liked it, So he actually enlisted Bill Gates, everyone knows who Bill Gates is, to further this operating system and make it into something, because Bill Gates was a genius. Bill Gates actually stole the idea, created Microsoft with it, and left Steve Jobs by himself, which is why Apple was so small at the time, Macintosh, compared to Microsoft, because Bill Gates took the idea and left with it and created Microsoft, the micro software, because it is micro compared to you. You are the software, your body, your subconscious more so, and how it operates in this realm is the software. It's a program. How are you programming your subconscious and your body? That's the story. That's all a story, though, what I just told you. That's all it is. Because they want you to go into these stores and buy this shit. That's why they make up these stories. Because what is it called? A notebook. You got the keyboard. You got the screen up here. These things used to be bigger. It's a box. It's a notebook. This is a box. People call it laptops now. They're originally called notebooks. People still call them notebooks because it's a notebook. It's where it's the same thing. If you write your stories here. You do your work here. This is where most people's lives are facilitated through these computing devices. This is why I don't like them. That's why I don't like working in IT because of this, because I see it all. I see, especially when you start looking at these screens enough to where you see the actual coding is designed systemically because of where the coding and binary comes from. It's the same numbers. It doesn't matter who's programming it even. It jumps to certain numbers. You see the same numbers. It's all part of the system. It's all a lie because it's all taking you that way. But they have everyone thinking that this is advancing them, that this is advancement because they took this and made it into this. Apple did. Wow, they made a computer into a phone that you can touch with your finger because it's actually operating on. Does anyone know how these touchscreens work? They operate off of your electricity. You can take different fruits, meats, vegetables that have electrical charge to them and touch them on your phone, and it'll work because it's about electricity touching it. It's a capacitive touchscreen. So it works off of your electricity. Just wait until they're actually working off of the electricity that you actually push out of your hand. That's next. That's the holodeck. That's coming. It already exists, but they haven't released it to the public yet. Soon, it will be working off of your mind. They're talking about implanting chips into you. You don't need a chip to send your electro field to your phone. Just wait. If it gets that far, because your consciousness has electrical waves. If they can work off of your fingers' electricity, they can work off of your mind's force. But they got to get people to a point to where they actually accept that. I don't know if it'll ever get to that point. We'll see. It will probably get to a point to where it's manipulating off of the energy pulses coming out of your hand. Most people are, to some degree, they know that they're letting something off, not really to the degree of what it actually is, but people would be comfortable if they came out with a phone that you can actually like just wave your hand above and do different gestures above it to make it do things without actually touching it. People would be okay with that right now. That's coming next. They came out with this phone with one button on it and you could touch the screen, and it worked great because it works off of your electricity. And it's all about applying it in a certain way because they're just lying to you. They're lying to you about what's going on. They're telling you a story. They're telling you that all of this crap is happening, that it all came out of Xerox too. It all came from the Xerox. Because that's zero. That's ground zero. The X is ground zero. This is where the explosion occurred. That's the point of where it all occurred. Xerox. That's the sigil for Xerox right there. It's not the symbol, but you got everything right there. You got the R, you got the O, you got the X, E. That's everything. That's the story. That's how this all happened. Oh yeah, you didn't know how touchscreens work, Starless? Yep. So see, there's two different types of touchscreens. You got resistive, which was the first creation of it. Then you got the capacitive. Resistive is based on you actually putting pressure on it, pushing it, which sucks. It's terrible. It was a terrible form of touchscreens. That was the first kind. But then they came out with this kind where you can actually you can actually do it without touching your phone if you're that electric. You can have your phone there. You can get very close without actually touching that glass, and it will pick it up because it's all about the electricity. All about the electricity. But if you take this pen, this marker, and touch it on my phone, it ain't gonna do shit. It ain't gonna do anything because there's no electricity through it. But that equals 9 DSR. If you only have 9s, it will always equal 9. So they're all there at least. You just have to show them. What college are you going to, Eric? You can utilize what you're learning in college, though. There's definitely a utilization for those techniques they're teaching you. But without this type of knowledge, without this type of information, people fall into the story. People fall into that book. People don't realize that they can go and learn stuff in the universities and then take it for themselves and create with it. The information's how they teach things in universities is very specific and very prominent for how it's used in society. And because of that, it's very useful to get things out of society, especially when you have this type of information, especially when you have the will to go into those classes and learn that information, how it's being given. Because you can extract it and you can create things with it. You can create your own business, no problem. Easily. Especially like when people start getting in, this is why this type of information, this is going to be extremely powerful to people because they're about to change the whole entire school system. It's all going to be about automation and robotics. And if these people that are going to learn that know this, system's done because they're going to program everything outside of what they want them to actually do. Because they're going to have knowledge past what they're learning in school, but they're also going to have the knowledge of how to actually apply everything in this society, but then they're going to inject things into it that's going to break it. That's going to break the system. Because, let's face it, this younger generation does not like what is going on. They don't like the system. They don't like how it's being given. They are starving for this. They're starving for information that is way outside of what they are being given. and the bankers know that. The people who control the money, they know that. They don't know what to do about it, though. That's the thing. They don't know what to do about it because they only know one way to control things, which is through money. And when people stop caring about money in that way, when people stop trying to scrape every dollar off the plate, the system starts to crumble. How would you do that, DSR? You have different accounts? you should share this with you should share this with all your friends in college, Eric, because that's who would like this information. That's the audience that I would like to reach more, is people in that range, because they're the ones that they're mentally ready for this information. Which I go a lot farther than this. This is just a story. That's very interesting, Divine. See, I never, that I can recall, had experiences like that. I never perceived it like that, I guess I should say. I always perceived everything as my own mind. But what's the difference? What's the difference? Oh, yep, you're correct about that, Divine Hazel. Obama, which, if we even want to go off of black, he ain't even that. He's Jewish. Absolutely. Which, even at this point, that guy doesn't even exist. Everything that anyone sees is just a CGI effect of him, I'm sure. Of most of these things that people see, it's all CGI. I don't know if anyone is into gaming, but if anyone's seen when PlayStation showed, Sony showed the PlayStation 5 when they had an event where they actually showed the console at the end of it, and they had a bunch of people talking. They were all CGI. Every one of them was CGI, which I'm sure most of these conferences and things that go on nowadays are completely CGI and deep fakes, which is it's obvious now. I mean, the virus has taken over everyone. The data, the lies have taken over everyone's mind. So it's easy just to feed someone a deep fake, a CGI effect, and no one's going to question it, especially nowadays, because everyone's working from home. No one's doing anything. No one's having conferences. No one's having actual conventions. Everyone's doing things remotely. It's all recorded. It's all pre-rendered. So pre-rendered is CGI, computed generated images. But yeah, no, there's definitely, before the United States came into existence, there were presidents that were in charge of the governments, the republics that were melanated. Absolutely. Absolutely. Because like I was saying, that the republics come before this whole corporate environment. They're actually governments of individual territories. They're not corporations. There's a difference between a corporation and a government, which everyone right now is operating under a corporation of the United States. And they're actually employed by the United States because they filled out a W-9 and they signed up for the voting registration, and they also filled out the United States Census, which is why it was such a big deal in 2020, because they're trying to get everyone registered for their corporation for whatever's about to come. They want to make sure they got everyone possible registered on that census in their corporate system. Which anyone that did register for the United States Census, let it be known you can rescind your signature. You can send them a letter and say, you know what? I've been doing some research and I discovered that I actually don't want to be a part of your corporate entity. I'm actually going to rescind my signature from this census, from this voter registration, take my vote off of this balloting system. I'm done with this. And you rescind your signature from all of it. You can step outside of the corporation whenever you want. You can do that with any signature. You can always rescind your signature. Always. Whenever. Because it's yours. You can always step out of the contract when you find out new information that was not disclosed in the contract when you first sign it, because that's actually a fraudulent contract right then and there, because a contract is an agreement. An agreement is actually stating that you have full disclosure of what is going on between you and this other entity. And when you don't, it's null and void. Which every contract is null and void. All these terms of services, they're all null and void because it's many reasons. Many reasons. Oh, this monitor's gonna power off. No. the CO bid. Yeah. Carbonation. They're over carbonating people. I didn't think of that actually. That's interesting. Because with the masks, that's CO. You're breathing in CO. You're breathing in your exhaust, which is CO, carbon, which is actually for the trees, for the plants. This is the relationship we have with the plants. The plants give us oxygen. We give them the carbon, the exhaust. They exhaust us. We exhaust them. This is why we talk to trees. This is why we hug trees. This is why we give to trees, and vice versa. This is why trees give us fruit, because trees want us around. They truly do, us and animals, because our body is an animal. Trees ain't trying to get rid of the human species. They're trying to do everything in their capacity to facilitate us to wake up to what is going on. Well, you can't go into a retail store and buy a laptop, though. Though, if you are, those laptops are made to be destroyed. What was it like? Was it maybe it was a MacBook? I mean, if you blow up a MacBook, that's about the best quality you're gonna get. Is Apple products, or there's different Windows computers you can get of that same quality, but you can't go into the store and get them. Those are consumer grade laptops. They're made to be broken. You have to get the business or enterprise grade laptops, because those are made to be used a lot more, because they don't want business to stop. Without business, none of the system works. But consumers, they want consumers to have issues. Consumer grade stuff is made to go obsolete and just be broken. And that's any industry. If you're ever buying anything, you always want to get professional grade if possible, which is always be more money wise, but that's because there's more engineering in it. Well, they're teaching everyone just to live out of the box. That's what Amazon. Isn't that crazy? It's called Amazon. This is the lie. But the Amazon was burned down. Amazon's right here. We are the Amazon. They put the Amazon in a box and they're selling it to everyone. That's crazy. And they're trying to say that the Amazon is being burned down in these other pieces of land when it was here in America. It still is. It's just that in the cities, and if you stay around the cities, you ain't going to see where the actual forests and the trees are and where all of this unbound nature takes place. It's still here. A lot of it has been destroyed, but not nearly all of it. Not nearly. Because if they destroyed even 20% of it, none of this would work. None of this would work if they destroyed too much of it, and they know that. They need nature to sustain itself to be able to create this artificial environment within it, within the box. So they've tricked everyone by shipping these boxes full of devices and everything that they think they need to them, being delivered directly to their door now. You gotta stay 6 feet away. It even says that when I just got a notification. Make sure you give the driver 6 feet of distance when he delivers it. It absolutely has been CGI for a while. And that's the thing is, even before, like right now, TVs are at such a level to where people would swear like this can't be computer generated. It's such high quality. No, they work people into that. Like they're showing, they show on TV that if you have like a 4K TV now, you see all the wrinkles and lines, and they show all the blemishes and scars on people's faces and their bodies, and all what they would think that people don't want to see. They don't want to show. That's all part of the trick, because they've tricked people into thinking that it matters how your body looks, when all of these scars and imperfections are nothing more than experiences and memories that you have stories for, that you have a reason for why they have occurred. But people are embarrassed because of it. People are embarrassed when they have scars, when they have acne scars. But if people realize what acne comes from, it's not even because of themselves. It's because of what their parents allowed them to ingest. It's because of what their parents were eating when they were inside of the mother. It's because of the mother. It's because of the father and the ignorances of them. That's why I had crooked teeth. That's why I had a systemic acne issue. This is why my life started how it was. I know that, but most people don't know this stuff. I tried telling my mother that my teeth were crooked because of her malnourishment of me. She got pissed. She got very upset when I said that. She couldn't admit that. My little sister, she was premature 3 months. I tried telling her this was because she had preeclampsia, so she had to have a C-section to get her out. Otherwise, my little sister, her embryo was going to kill her. She was going to, because that's what happens with preeclampsia. Is the baby says, oh, you know what? I'm going to take this ship down, because it's all about new life growing. This is how nature works. This is how it would work out in the forest too. This is natural. I'm going to take this motherfucking ship down to the ground and I'm going to survive because I have more life to give. I can create more. But in this broken story that people are in, that's not how it is. It's a disease. It's an infection. And I tried telling her this is just because of the poor choices that you made. And nah. But that's everyone. That's everyone. This is everyone's story at this point. People can't admit the wrong that they have done in their lives and that what has occurred from it. It is what it is. We weren't given full disclosure. We were lied to. We were given stories on why things are happening because they were trying to keep us in this box. They're trying to keep us away from each other. They're trying to keep us masked up so that we don't teach each other what is actually going on. That I didn't DSR, but that's a super common theme. You can look through history. That's where, if you look into it, that's where albinos came from. They came from melanated people have albinos or very light-skinned children all the time. It's super common. Ginger, white skin, freckles, red hair. We all come from the same thing. It's truly what it comes down to. And even this idea that melanated people were the first people, that's not the correct idea. It's just that they're closer to the source. They're closer to the middle here, because the middle creates melanation on the skin. Because when you're in the sun long enough, if you're in the sun for long enough in your generations, everyone's going to get darker and darker and darker and darker and darker. The problem is right now everyone's getting lighter and lighter and lighter and lighter and lighter because everyone's living in boxes. Everyone's living in houses. They don't go outside. They stay in for the winter. They're in places where they can't even go out in the sun or in the winter because it's so damn cold. It's not comfortable to. We should be living in tropical environments where trees grow abundant, where they're giving us everything we need. We're giving them everything they need, and we're always existing with them. They're creating a canopy for us. They're actually creating our home, and we're giving them life to do that. That's the Amazon. It ain't in a box. It's more of one of these. Let's get rid of that. It's more of a flow. It's a vibe. Like this song, it's a vibe. It's a flow. It's within water. That's the Amazon. That's where the trees are. That's where it should be. Humidity, where there's humidity in the air all year round, near the equator, near the middle. That's where you really start to get dark skin because it's just generational. Right now, people are regressing. People are going the other way. But yeah, no, it absolutely happens because we all are a part of the same thing. We absolutely are. This is why I don't subscribe to that idea either, that melanated people are the first people, because that's not quite it. Not quite it. And anyone that believes that and goes with that does not know the actual science of what is going on here, which I can explain. I can explain it in pure science, 100% science, and no one's going to deny me. Which there is a lot of YouTube channels that try to pull that shit. But look at how many views they get compared to mine. Way more. Because I don't play that division. I don't play in the division. That's why my channel doesn't get that many views. That's why it's up to us to share this information. That's why I'm doing this now. After I've had my channel for like 5 years. That too, Divine. Our family is just, what do we resonate with? You're absolutely correct with that, Divine. You are correct. Which that's with us too. Except people don't have feeling to actually have the empathy for their brother and getting hurt. They've been severed from their empathetic feeling, sense, as it really is. It's just a sense. We all have it, as I'm sure you know, but people are so enthralled in boxes and stories and books and lies and all of this magicianry going on. That's all that's going on. Is there are a bunch of magicians out here. There are a bunch of here. Let's get rid of all this. They're telling lies. That's all this is. They're telling lies. Story of Apple and Microsoft. Come on. Comes from Xerox. They're telling lies. And what was I about to write? I don't remember what I was gonna do now. I got one. I erased the board and I'm drawing a blank now. Oh no. The Illuminati. Illumin. Illumin. The Illumin. Which has to do with illusions. Because this, which I'm not going to get into too much, but Ati is ion. It's the same thing. Min, minutes, minuscule, small, man, physical, body. When you're operating in this only, you are minuscule. You're small. You're small-minded. And you end up in a illusion, which shun is motion. Shun is to shun something. Zion. To shun something is to put it in the shadow. You're living in the shadow of Zion. Zion is a zoo or Zeus. It's an animalistic mind. which is what happens when you operate as the man. You forget who you are. You have to connect all of this because it's not man, it's and you're actually in the middle here. Man is a sine wave, and if you get lost in that sine wave, you're in the zoo. You end up in the cage because man is a beast. Man is an animal. You look up what a zoo is, it has to do with animals. A zoo has to do with the vet. The vet is who signs off on your birth certificate, the veterinarian, the VMD, or the there's two different, depending on the state you're in, there's two different ways that the veterinarian, like a doctor is an MD, the veterinarian has a abbreviation as well. And the vet has to do with the zoo. Zeus, Zion, the mountain of Zion, just snow-capped. It's where people are, stuck on Zion. It's an illusion. It's an illusion. You're not actually on Zion. Zeus has tricked you. The Zeus, the god, it's tricked everyone that you are there. They're magicians. It's illusionary. This is all illusionary going on. This is all fairy tales. This is all magic. This is all sparks of light. And they're getting people attracted to sparks and points and getting them away from their own Illuminati. Because Illuminati is just the illumination. It's to light things up. But they're making you focused on the zoo's illumination because they're putting things in boxes and showing you it and saying, look at this. This is amazing. Look at this story. Read this. This is the new one. No, this is the new one. No, this is the new one. Because new is this marker's going up. Is new. New is the god of chaos. In Egyptian mythology, Nu is the god of chaos. If you didn't know. Which, what do they show everyone? The news. They're hanging everyone. Hangman. There's a reason why they call it that. They turn you upside down. They're hanging you by the news. Because they're telling you what the let me write this in a different spot. What the weather is. They're telling you what the weather is because it's Is that how you spell weather? I don't even know. Whether this, whether that. Which one is it? I don't know. They're telling you what the weather is. They can't tell you what weather is. Because weather is, if you go look up to what a vet is, it's someone who is weathered. A vet is someone who is weathered. They've been put through the war. Now they're weathered. Now you can be a vet. The vet is who takes care of the zoo because the vet has a weathered mind. They don't know what to do. So they get confused. Now they start creating all these different ideas. But no one cares. There's a zoo out here. The Zeus controls this whole illusion because the vet or the veteran, just no one cares about them. Even the public, no one cares about them because no one does anything. It's put on the news that the government, they ain't giving medical attention to the vets. But what's being done about it? No, nothing. Nothing. Because that's Zion. That's what's going on. It's an illusion. It's craziness. They're hanging everyone by this information. By telling you that the weather is going to rain today. And then it does. They have like a 30% chance of getting the weather right. That's terrible. That's terrible. The rate of that they get the weather right is probably 30%, I bet. It's probably 33%. Because they got to get people mentally believing that that is what is going to happen for it to happen. Because this is how the Aboriginals to the land controlled the weathers, because it wasn't weather then. It was necessity. What was needed? What was needed for the culture? What was needed for this population, the society? If we needed rain for the crops, we got rain. If we needed sun for it to grow, we got sun. We just did the right dance. We put the right vibrations out. Right now, they're trying to control through illusionary practices, though, so it doesn't work that often. It's just magic. That's magic. Tricks. Magic tricks. Which is tricks with an X. Because what are tricks for? This is a slogan. What are tricks for? Tricks are for kids. What is a kid but a baby goat? What is the goat? What is the goat? We're about to get real deep here in a moment. Everyone, if no one knows this, you're really about to learn something. You're really going to learn. I was just sharing a lot of stuff that people don't know as it is, and this is all you got to do is look up these words. That's all you got to do. This is nothing that this is just looking up words. This is looking up words and connecting a few dots. That's all I do. Now, I'm definitely very good at it because of how my mind works and how I'm able to transmit codes. But which I'll get into in a second, why I'm doing this, which has to do with the goat. The goat is Pan. Pan is the goat god. Pan, that's Pan. That's a pan. Right there. It's that simple. That's everything. Because this is 10. But what is 10? 10 is 9. This is that simple. That's Pan. Which, if you really are paying attention, what is the P? But a reflection of the 9. Because you pan it. You can turn it any way you want. That's how this life works. How are you looking at it? We can see everything out here that's happening as the most damning thing ever, or we can see it as what needs to happen so that we can cook up the right meal in here so that we can all enjoy it in the end. Because sometimes things don't go right, or things have to be made in a certain way to where you gotta put things on the fire first. Sometimes you roast things first in an open fire, which may burn things. It may cause certain vegetables to end up with scarring. But when you put it all together in this pan, it all ends up perfect. You just gotta wait until it's all done. You gotta wait till it's all done, because that's where we're going. Don't forget that. This is all necessity that is happening. This illusion is so that you can actually have a more fulfilling existence on the other end. Because we're all going to end up in the pan because we all are in the pan because the pan is a P. Yeah. I don't know. Did I say solution? Oh, necessary. Necessary. This is a P. But what else is this? Lollipop. Because we're gonna write pop like this. Because this is how it is. That's it. Out of the middle, you split it. You split the pop. Now you got the two sides. Now we're panning back and forth. Where this pan is the sign. We're right here in the middle. We're still in the middle. You gotta stay focused. You gotta stay focused on where you are. You're always in the middle. Don't look at this as too serious. We can have fun with it because there's people out here wearing masks. I mean, why not have fun with it? Because people think this is anything but a game. This is proving to you that it is a game. So we got Pan, who is the goat god. This is Greek mythology. You got Pan the goat god, which you can go into Baphomet. Baphomet is nothing more than as above, so below. It is not demonic in any way, shape, or form. And if you go back into different cultures, you will know that. Baphomet is nothing more than an occult symbol of that. It's that simple. Except it's drawn because the goat, if you look into what a goat is, it's the greatest of all time. Goat is the same thing as God. A goat is God is also a cod. Which a cod is a type of fish. Whiskers. It's a very majestic fish. Because a K is a G. These are interchangeable because Greeks made the K into a G. It was originally a K, which I talked about in my last video. And you got the goat god Pan, which we're going to take this a step farther. You got the Gemini, which is the twins. There's their symbol, which their color is green, which is the emerald tablets of Thoth from Egyptian mythology. But the Gemini in Greek mythology is shown as Hermes. Hermes is God. God delivers the message, delivers the word. Because the goat is telling you that it goes both ways. We're just frying things up. We're cooking things. We're just tasting the lollipop. We're just seeing the different angles and flavors. That's what it's a lollipop, because it's different angles that we're tasting. We got different L's in here. Which flavor do we like? First, we got to taste it to figure out what lick is the best. How many licks does it take to get to the center of the lollipop? 1, 2, isn't that always 3? And then he bites it. The messenger is Hermes, is my channel name now. Should I just change it to this? I should be spelling it like my channel is. It's MurKoRey, which is, we'll spell it how it's normally spelled. It's Mercury. It's a planet, which is, what planet is that? But the closest planet to the sun. I'm pretty sure this is the only planet without any moons. The first planet that is by the sun. Because Mercury is the messenger, because Mercury is getting the information first. This is why it's the first planet by the sun. It's getting the sun rays before anyone else does, then it's relaying it to everyone else. The problem is the Greek mythology took Mercury and turned it to Hermes, and Hermes is the messenger for Zeus. That's what they did here. They took Hermes, they took the Mercury, they took the messenger, and Zeus is using it for himself. He's delivering the message because Zeus is the god of most people right now. It's Zeus. If we take this back to before Greek mythology, before that story, that lie, Mercury is just the messenger. Mercury is just telling you what you need to know. Mercury is the Gemini. It's got the gem in the eye. It's got the emerald. It's green, which has to do with trees, plants, forests, nature. Nature, and above, so below. Nature. That's all it is. Mercury, closest planet to the sun. It's truly the sun's moon. It is the one that makes the most trips around the sun according to the solar system in the quickest time frame. So it's getting the most information. It's getting the most sun energy. So it knows the most. And as long as it's not being influenced by an outside force, it's going to bring you exactly what the sun knows, which the sun knows everything. Which is where we are now in this time. Zeus has been outcast. Zeus has been locked in chains because we figured out that Zeus has been causing disturbance in this whole process. He somehow got in between here and was shedding information back and forth that shouldn't have been. There was an electrical field in between Mercury and the sun that shouldn't have been there. But now, Hermes is free. Hermes can share information as he needs. Mercury is back. Which, Mercury is also that liquid that people are afraid of. That metal that just is liquid metal. It will take any form you need. It's extremely good for you, but it's also poisonous for you because of the high level of potency that it has for your system. It assimilates to you very quickly, and it will completely change someone's body type. Problem is, people ain't ready for it. Just like this information I'm sharing, a lot of people ain't ready for this. This will change life in a moment. But most people won't believe it because they believe in the illusion of Zeus and the illusion of God and the illusion that someone else is out there and they're coming to save them. That's not it. The truth is, they're just a message. There's just something that you're going to be told, and then you need to do it. You need to get out of the noose. You need to work through the chaos. You need to realize how you get out of the tricks, how you escape the locks and chains and bondage, and you figure out how to actually make something pan. That's what it comes down to. There's going to be some, because the messenger comes in the mess. The ender is the energy. The energy is going to come in the mess, and it's going to assimilate it for you in a certain way. But the mess is chaos. It's going to show you how you can make flowers out of chaos, which is the ground. It's going to show you how to grow trees. It's going to show you how to do the simple things, and then you take that and go with it. You can figure out the rest. Once you see that it's all been a trick, you've all been X'd out, you've all been stuck in someone's zoo, you've all been weathered to the point to where you are now a veteran. You now have a degree in someone else's society that isn't a secret. It's put out there in the public. It's a university. These are school systems. Everyone knows about these things. These aren't secret societies. These are societies out there. People getting degrees all the time. No one just looking at it like that. Fraternities, sororities, they're just societies. They're groups of people. They're cults. That's all they are. And they believe in gods because they all have a father, a mother, a being that is above everyone else, that everyone answers to, that is their messenger, that brings them the word of the day. And they all get tricked, and they all get intoxicated and do all these stupid things while they're in these fraternities and these clubs, and they all get hung in the noose of chaos because of the tricks that are played on them, and people use pictures and memories against them because people get embarrassed by it. And eventually it takes a toll on the soul, and they end up in this perpetual trap. But it's ending now. MurKoRey is also the Silver Surfer, which, if anyone knows about the Fantastic Four or Marvel, it's the one that comes out of nowhere when everything is needed, because the Silver Surfer is interdimensional. He rides on a silver surfboard because he rides on the wave. He's not hampered by these tricks. He's outside of it. What's the guy's name? I can't think of what the main villain is in the Fantastic Four at the moment, but he's outside of it. The Silver Surfer is MurKoRey. You're welcome, Queen. I don't know what I was gonna say. That's great that this is refreshing to you. Like first major storm, like a snowstorm, I assume you mean? Because that would be weird if it was anything but a snowstorm. I'm glad that you're like listening to me, Divine. I like listening to myself too. Alright, I'm gonna sit back now. I've told enough stories. Oh, no more. I'll leave this up here. Use a different color. Well, orange. This is buffoonery. Let's fix it. I was going to draw this on someone at first, but now I'm going to. Is that mostly below? Wait, no, I did that wrong. Wait. That's almost below. That looks crazy. Hmm? I'm using it. I'm using this one.
No, my laptop.
Oh.
Let's get upstairs. Your words are giving me a lot of inspiration.
Oh, that's good.
Finish. I'm almost done.
He's 6 feet, which is also up there. Around you. Which 6 plus 6 plus 6 plus 6 in 4 direction is 6. 6 plus 6 is 12. 6 plus 6 is 12, is 24, is 6. It's all about 6 because 6 has, you got the 6, and you also have the 9. 9 is creation, 6 is death. That's why they want you to be 6 feet apart. Because you can't be in contact with people. When you can't be in contact with people, you can't create the 9 because if you get 3 people close to each other, 6, 6, 6, you get 9. This is the secret of 3, 6, and 9. Tesla did not make this up. This is the universal code. If you stay with 9s, you always have a 9. Really don't need the 6.
Talk to the camera.
Why?
I don't know, I just been when I watch you, you're always talking.
I'm not talking over here. I'm just talking to the microphone. And for me to turn towards the camera is very far
Okay.
than me turning sideways. That's not how it is here, though, DSR. There was a ton of there. I was out on Black Friday. There was actually not that many people out, which was weird being Black Friday. I went to the only place I ever go are grocery stores, and on Saturday though they were all out. They were out on Thursday and they were out on Saturday. No one was out on Friday though. It was weird because they were told not to be out on Friday apparently, but there's tons of people at the grocery store on Thursday and Wednesday. Tons. Way more than normal at the time that I usually go, which is usually between like 12 to 3. There were a lot of people at the grocery store on Wednesday and Thursday, though. It was packed with old people because they weren't working and they were getting ready for whatever they were doing on Thursday, or I guess it was Tuesday and Wednesday, not Thursday. They're getting ready for whatever they were doing. But Friday, there was no one at the same grocery store. I went there. They were picked over like crazy, but there was no one there. And yeah, on Saturday though, everyone was back. Same store. They're still picked over. How much snow are you projected to get? It hasn't snowed here really yet. It did one day, just a little bit though. It was pretty much gone by the time I left in the morning. I seen it, and by the time I left, it was gone. Maine gets a lot of snow though. Pretty sure. That is correct. Yes, you don't see a damn face. Nah, absolutely not. Everyone's wearing a mask. Everyone's wearing a mask here. Even a lot of people, you can tell they'd rather not, but they still do. With where I am, there's a bunch of. This is where the blue collar workers are, so their resentment of the government, because that's how they're taught to be, but they also follow them. So like they resent what is going on and they'd rather not do it, but they're going to do it because it's easy. It's too much to go against the grain. It's it'd be too much to do a little bit of actual research with global information that is available and see that there's actually nothing to be afraid of, because people watch the news, watch what is being put out, and that's it. There's doctors, there's people with degrees across different countries, have much better programs and governments than the United States, according to terms of the crown, with how things are carried out. And everyone here in the United States is such a dumbass, they ignore it all. This isn't the first time though, DSR. If you look back, they wore these masks. They were given out during the Spanish flu too. Everyone was wearing masks back in during the Spanish flu, which I think happened right before the Great Depression. Like in the early 20s, it was something like that. Late 20s, early 30s. Hey, Brandon. How is it? How is it where you are? You're in or what? The Netherlands? Where are you at? What country are you in? How is the population where you are? Are you guys forced to wear masks? Norway. Yeah. How is Norway? Because Norway is supposed to be a more progressive country. Huh? Oh, is that what this is? It's part of this jazz.
It's what?
It's part of this copyright-free jazz station I'm listening to. Making sure I don't get copyrighted.
If I print this out and draw what I'm drawing, then scan it in, would that work? Or would that look right? Or
Sure, why not?
I just don't know how it looks.
Yeah, well, in Adobe Illustrator, I turn it into, I do a line tracing of it anyways.
Okay. After I draw it first.
Mm. There's a lot to catch up on, Brandon. I did a live stream earlier too. Give me if you haven't already, give me a thumbs up. I still look like I'm at 9 here. Anyone that's in here is give me a like. Oh no, I'm at 10. Why doesn't it show on my live? That is weird. My live feed does not show what it is when I go to my actual video that's being broadcasted out to everyone. It's funny. At least it's not forced, because it's forced in most states in the US. It's an order by the governor, because the governor about the regulation. The federal government can't do it. The state governor has to do it, because the state is the only ones that can mandate anything medically related in the US. It's up to the state level. Federal government cannot do anything, just so everyone knows. which is, it's funny because I think it's 90. This is from the in the U.S. The CDC says it's 99.96 or 93 people that survive from it. It's an insanely small percentage of people that actually die, which all have underlying conditions, are mostly elderly, and mostly probably died from something else that they just tested positive, so they can say that it had even if they don't test positive, really, they can still say it's related to it because of the how it's worded in the death certificate, death notice. I don't know what they're actually making when they write these things out, but it's worded in a certain way that it has even if someone died, didn't test positive, you can still write it in there because of everything that's going on from it. Like they died from stress from it, even though they didn't directly have it. It caused them stress to die. So we can say that they died from it, type of thing. Like if they could technically say, like, if a parent dies because their child dies, they can say that they died from the same thing their child died from because it caused them heartbreak. It all rolls downhill. The SC, South Carolina. Be right back. 111. I think that's probably in most places that are in industrialized countries. They're regulated heavily. That's how it is here. If you're incorporated to the state, you're under all of the state's jurisdiction, which is just a basically whatever the federal government says. And states have their own little things here and there, but it's all pretty much the same thing. But they all signed contracts, most businesses, because they wanted the free money. And that's what's actually forcing everyone into doing what they need to do in the business, because they signed that new contract, and that new contract is what says that they need to at least ask. They don't need to make, they don't need to force their customers to wear masks, but they need to suggest. But see, most businesses wouldn't expect you to know that they signed that contract, that they actually that's actually where it comes from and why they're asking you. And they get wildly set back when you say that. Yep, it's exactly what it is. It was the bait. They took the bait. It's exactly what it was. Hey, here's that free money. Here's that free money. They didn't read the contract. They signed it. They wanted that PPP or that the SBA loan, that forgivable loan. They wanted it, so they signed the contract up to $10,000. And then they started getting things in the mail that they need to do this and that because they already signed the contract. Now it's just a reminder. Now you got to put the stuff on notice. Now you got to pay attention to the things that you need to do because you signed it. It's exactly what it is. And these bigger corporations, they obviously knew, but these smaller businesses, they had no idea what the hell they were signing. It's exactly how they get them. But I know some places they're not listening, so I don't know if they didn't sign the contract or what, but they're not listening to what the state's saying here in Illinois. Like they're not supposed to have restaurants open right now. And I was just at a place on Friday, a pizza place. They're still open. They're still letting customers in. There's bars still open. They're still serving people inside, even though they're accommodating for people that just want to like drive up or whatever and not come in, but they're not following the regulations that Illinois is putting out. Which I should have asked. I didn't think to because I didn't realize that until I was leaving because they weren't actually open when I was there most of the time. They just had opened when I was getting finished up. And then I seen people sitting at the bar, which everyone working there, most people aren't wearing a mask. I wasn't. Usually I do when I am working, because most of the businesses that I go to, that's how they are. It's only when I'm working though. If I'm not working, or most of the time, I'm not even going places right now because I do everything in my power not to. So I don't like to, but it's not even a mask I wear. It's an organic cotton neck gaiter, which I specifically had ordered. It's also a headband that I wear. Oh yeah, definitely. You know maybe you don't know the CARES Act that was created in 2019, February 2019. I think they actually created it. If you go look at the legislation, they changed the name of it to the CARES Act, and they stripped it to get it down to what it needed to be. But it was all in place. It was obviously all premeditated. This is all about the financial industry. When whoever was, I think it was Eric, asking me earlier about cryptocurrency and if I know anything about that. This all has to do with cryptocurrency. So all this is about changing the financial system, getting everyone distracted through these different measures, getting people so they're not talking, so that people don't get on this new wave of financial system where, I mean, people have ended up millionaires already through Bitcoin itself. I remember when Bitcoin was fractions of a penny in school. I was in a junior college at that point, and there were some kids talking about it, and I know some kids that bought it. I don't know if they held on to it, but I didn't pay much attention. I remember it was fractions of a penny. People, there's a bunch of people that were already millionaires from it. Just wait until it really blows up, because Bitcoin is going to be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. These other cryptocurrencies, they're going to be worth hundreds or thousands of dollars. A lot of them. Cryptocurrency is going to be huge. And if people are paying attention and put their money in at the right time before the dollar falls, there's going to be millionaires made overnight, basically. I mean, cryptocurrency, it's a good investment as it is, especially if you get in when the market's low, if you pay attention to it. That's where everything's going, though. It's absolutely where everything's going. How is in brands in Norway? Is cryptocurrency a thing there? Do you guys know anything about Bitcoin? Is it, and I don't mean you specifically necessarily, but the public, because here in the US, it's actually very much hidden from people. There's not much access to cryptocurrency exchanges, and it's most of the altcoins are you got to get in through other means. They don't really want people to get into cryptocurrency here in the US because they want the US to fall. But again, China is the biggest miner of Bitcoin there is. They don't China is where it's all going. China's about to release a digital yuan. Actually, the United States, they just dropped to Venezuela USDC, a bunch of USDC. If you pay attention to cryptocurrency, you would have noticed the markets, the volume went, oh, here it goes. The volume went way up because it's done now. But they dropped a bunch of USDC to Venezuela, and Bitcoin went way up, XRP went way up, XLM went way up, because these are the ways that they transfer the funds, is through XRP and XLM. They're basically the same thing, but this is how they do the exchange instantly with almost no fees. It's very actually amazing, the technology. It's pretty advanced compared to what is being used right now, but it's being used for nefarious purposes. The thing is, people have to realize is when it comes down to it, Bitcoin ain't for the people. Cryptocurrency ain't for the people. It's actually for the artificial intelligence. This is going to be the currency for robots. This is going to be the currency for automation. This is going to be how artificial intelligence assimilates itself into society and starts operating as beings of human intelligence. If it ain't already happening. But it's really going to happen then, and people's simple minds are going to get taken advantage of by AI so bad. It's like right now, like someone who wants to take advantage of someone who is naive is going to take advantage of someone who is naive, because they're utilizing things that people ain't paying attention to. It's going to be the same way, except this artificial intelligence is going to be paying attention to things that are put out in public that is just so vastly spread across that they're going to have instant access to. Blockchains, they're going to have instant access to everyone's information, what everyone is searching, what everyone is doing, because just wait. If it gets to that point, all the stuff's going to be on blockchain. It's all public. Everything you do on Amazon is going to be public. When Amazon decides to put itself on a blockchain and tokenize everything. Yeah, and copper, silver, and gold. Copper is actually an all-time high here in the U.S. I assume it's the same globally with those. I don't know, though. Gold is falling. I don't know about silver. But copper's where it's at. If you ask, forget gold. Gold is cool. Gold holds some value, but use, which is what I talk to people about, like in the apocalypse, what do we actually have a use for? Copper and silver. Gold is great. Gold is cool. To me, gold's most use is internally, which people ain't doing. People ain't using it that way. Copper's a better conductor. Silver is more malleable. You mix the two together, it kind of actually looks like gold. Yes, DSR. Not this second, because Bitcoin's going to fall back down. Bitcoin's very high right now. It's probably going to hit the $20,000 mark probably sometime before the end of the year. But there's going to be, when everything falls, Bitcoin's going to fall too. That's when you buy in. Right then, buy into Bitcoin, because it's going to go straight back up and it's going to be high, even if you bought it now. And as long as you're okay with watching the numbers fall down to possibly from 20-ish, like right now it's like at 19,000. It'll at least probably fall to 14,000. This year, it was at 4,000 at a point. I mean, Bitcoin is very volatile. It's going to skyrocket. It's going to be hundreds of thousands. It's probably going to be in the millions when it comes to how currency is evaluated right now, which is honestly insignificant in the grand scheme of things, because the value of everything is going to plummet here in America. It's going to be ridiculously cheap. That's actually one thing I want to research, is because it's going to be akin to the Great Depression. So, except it's going to be a lot more intelligent minds going up around buying all the stuff out, as opposed to them. But I would assume, I'm not positive, but from what I've seen so far, everything plummeted. And people were going around scraping up everything they could that actually had money. So I think everything's going to fall, and cryptocurrency is going to rise up because cryptocurrency is global. You have to realize it doesn't stop. It never stops, which is why it's so volatile, because stock market is sectional. It's based on your region, based on where you are. Cryptocurrency is not. It's global. This is why this is a global currency. This is where everything's going. So when it's nighttime here, like right now, China's trading. This is the prime time. So you got to watch it because people are in there doing everything. And you can make a ton of currency right now by playing it, because it's just it's a game. which is all controlled, is being pumped, is being dumped, is being moved whatever way it needs to be moved. With right now, the US is the main mover of it, because the US is the main facilitator of global currency as it is. The US dollar is used globally, but that's changing to something that is actually globalized, which will be Bitcoin, because Bitcoin is slow, but there's actually different technologies that they're going to wrap Bitcoin in so that it actually moves quickly. And then they're going to use each country still going to have their own currency. Like China, they have the digital yuan they're coming out with. Europe will have something. America will have something, possibly the USDC, or they might come up with something else. We'll see when it comes down to it. But then you're going to have XRP that's going to instantly change it in between everything. And then Bitcoin is going to be what's sitting in the background, the gold. Bitcoin is the new gold. Because if you pay attention, they want people to get into Bitcoin over gold, which you don't want to do that necessarily. You want to have both. If you're going to play the game, you definitely want to carry both. But gold is going to go down in value, probably to a nice degree, so that these people that are in the know can buy in, and then it will go back up, and it will stabilize. But gold is a physical commodity, so same with silver, same with copper. I mean, you always want a physical commodity if it's going to come to currency, if we're playing this currency game. Because what happens when electricity gets shut off? What happens when there's no more power? Yes, you have the hashes, you have the algorithms that tie you and link you to your currency on the blockchain. And I mean, the chances of this type of system going down globally are almost zero, because that's the point of it. It's designed to never go away, which maybe, but it's not likely that it would all just shut down like that and leave everyone naked, because they don't want to do that. If they do that, what's the system to do? Nothing, because the system just wants everyone to keep growing. So they want everything to keep going, but they don't want the actual people to be carrying the assets, the physical assets, which when we really get down to it, fuck gold. If you got money, you got things that you can buy, get land. Get land. Don't get houses. Don't get land. Buy the farms that are going bankrupt. Sweep in. Get these foreclosures. Get this shit dirt cheap. And then, we can run it out. I'll help you. I just want a little piece. I don't need much, but land is where it's at. Forget the gold, forget the silver. I'll help you get rights to the gold and silver on that land, because I know how to do that. Because right now, when people buy land, they don't have mineral rights because they don't know how to take mineral rights. I know how. I know how to get rights to all the land. I know how to take you out the land out of taxes so that you don't have to pay taxes. I know how to do all that. I know how to get you out of your mortgage. I know how to get you out of any contract, because that's all it is. I know all this stuff. I just haven't accumulated the one, I just got to fix my credit. Once I fix my credit, it's over. I'm good. I'm in the process of that. But I don't have the currency on hand to just walk out and dump that on the table and say, I want this one. We're working on that. That's why if people like this information, if people would like to see what I can do with this thing, you can donate to me. I'll accept it. Devon, I emailed you back, Devon. Did you not get my email? I emailed you back about what you were asking me. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I know I typed it. I'm pretty sure I sent it. Unless I didn't hit the send button. Yeah, Lupe is one of those artists that he says a lot of right things, but at the same time, he's definitely an actor if you really pay attention to him. Which that's the thing right now. These musicians, these artists, they're showing their colors. There's only a few that I'll listen to. Like I liked Odyssey. I don't know if anyone, probably most people don't know. Smaller artist from DC. I just listened to 2 days ago, his album they came out with. I didn't even know in July. He has freaking skits on there talking about to his family members wearing masks and everything and making sure they're taking care of themselves and being safe. I'm like, I can't listen to you anymore. I can't do it. Few people, Open Mike Eagle, Open Mike Eagle, all day long. He has released an album, which both of these people released the album on the same. There's a ton of people that actually released the album on the same day, on the full moon in October. I think it was like the 16th. Homeboy Sandman, him and Open My Eagle both released the album on the full moon. And I'm gonna look up what date it was, just so on the 16th. Yep, full moon. That special full moon that happened in October, if you were aware. I was listening to Open My Eagles album for a while. Very good. Excellent. About 30 something minutes long. It's good to listen to on repeat. Very relevant. Then I started listening to Homeboy Sandman's album. Very much in the same light. They're both about releasing traumas and different things that they were going through in this time of the year and this year in general. And they're both very good. They're not spreading this fear mongering. Definitely would suggest listening to both of their albums, especially Homeboy Sandman, because as much as I like Open Mike Eagle, which I've always liked him, Sandman's album is insanely amazing. It's extremely good. Yeah, Lupe. You have to realize it's Lupe. The loop of. If you don't know, Lupe is Lupe the Third, which he actually mentions on Kanye West's song. Which I mean that right there, he's in with them. These musicians that I listen to, they ain't even close. Open Mike Eagle is actually from Chicago. Here, you can go. I could have won. His concerts are like $10-15 to get into. It's like nothing. You can actually watch him. He does live streams on YouTube with his son. They play video games together. You can get in the chat room. He'll respond. I mean, there's like 10-15 people in there. It ain't anything that big. he did have a show on Comedy Central, which he actually talks about in his album that got ended abruptly because he was basically just a face for it. And I mean, let's be honest, most people that are on Comedy Central shows are nobodies. But yeah, Lupe is Lupe the Third. He's stealing. He's stealing. He was signed to Atlantic Records. If you look in, I talked about this in some of my videos towards the beginning of the year about the Atlantic Hurricanes, Atlantic Records, and the loop or the fiasco that's going on right now with the hurricanes out of the Atlantic, because they had the most hurricanes in the shortest amount of times. I stopped paying attention to that, but it was quite insane at a point with the amount of hurricanes that they had so quickly. Yeah, it's big in other countries. It's hidden here in the U.S. crypto. Oh no, people who are investing in crypto they're intelligent. They're paying attention because that's where it's going. I was talking about earlier the VeChain is going to be huge. It's going to take a while. It's a penny and some change right now per VeChain, but that's because there's so much volume of the coin. But that's because it's the enterprise coin. VeChain, which I didn't talk about, its abbreviation is VET on the exchange, which is VeChain. VeChain is all about these mosquitoes. Where are they coming from? VeChain is all about tracking. It's about tracking in the enterprise. It's about tracking merchandise. It's about using NFC technology to make sure that those Nikes that you got are legit. It's to make sure that that Gucci that you got is actually Gucci. There's going to be NFC chips. They have different applications to put NFC technology in food, in produce. I don't know how they're going to do it. Scary shit, but they're going to tie your food to the blockchain. They say from farm to the table, they're going to track this. It must be in the seeds. This is what GMO is all about, tracking you. They're going to know exactly what you're eating. You're going to be on the blockchain. They're going to tell you on the blockchain, you got this in you. These corporations out there who are monitoring the blockchain are going to know what is inside of you, and they're going to sell you certain things based on that, what is inside. That's crazy shit. It's going to happen. If it ain't already happening, it's just not public right now. But VeChain has different applications. One of them is food tracking. Food tracking it, where it's going. Merchandise, logistics. VeChain's going to be huge. VeChain's going to be, in my eyes, it's going to be the biggest one because of its enterprise. Enterprise is ginormous. It's going to take a little bit to facilitate. It's going to take a little bit before it exhausts its volume. But the same with Bitcoin. Once it exhausted its volume, it went way up. That's why Bitcoin's so expensive, because you can't get a Bitcoin anymore. It's extremely hard to get a Bitcoin anymore because the volume's gone. It's all out there. That VeChain is constantly being burned off, and there's more being put out there. It's a whole ecosystem that has been created. They actually released a new version of it at a point with VeThor, which is a gas to make it move. Which, even if you invest in VeThor is extremely cheap. Which you get, actually, if you get VeChain, if you put VeChain in
It's called the Sync wallet. You'll actually earn VeThor, and VeThor, when VeChain goes up, VeThor goes up, because you need VeThor to actually move the VeChain, the VAT. Which this is one of the reasons why I looked into the VAT so much. Because once I learned that the VMD signs off on birth certificate, I was like, oh my, no. It happened the other way. I was looking into vet. So I was curious, what is veterinary? What is the veteran? Why is this vet? VeChain tracking. I was looking into this. And I was also in a class learning about different things with law, and one of the things that was shared with me was that the VMD, or the veterinary, signs on a lot of birth certificates. Like 2 days later, after I'm looking into all this, I'm like, wow, this is crazy, because I just looked into the veterans and how this has to do with zoos. And then, of course, my mind, I see zoos. I go to zoos, all kinds of stuff. It's wild, but that is my biggest one that I would say is going to grow the most, multiplication wise, if this is allowed to persist in the way that it is deemed to. I hope none of it does. I hope it doesn't get to that point. I hope cryptocurrency does not sustain itself, because it is not for the population at all with how it is being utilized. I just said, like, GMO crops, they can put a chip in that is going to grow into that plant, and they can track you and what you're actually eating, or what is being put into that box and what is being made, and you can actually, the damn mosquito, it keeps coming back. I blow it away and it comes right back in my face. They're gonna know exactly, potentially, what is being put into you. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Hey, Fire Drag, what's going on? I was just catching up. I was reading back to the chat. I was skimming through it before. I was missing some of the messages. I remember you talking to me about that before, Brandon. I will probably have a lot better idea now, because I just have a much better understanding of how everything works than last time you were asking me questions. But I could probably help you if more so if you want to email me. You'd be best emailing me, because I don't have notifications on Instagram, and I open that pretty much like once a month at this point, maybe twice, to see what's going on it, or if I'm going to post something. That's the only time that I ever go in it. But I'm sure I could help you more with that than I could before. Because I definitely have a more knowledge of how it all works. I'm pretty sure I can translate that into other countries at this point. I would just have to. We would probably have to have a conversation with each other, but I'm sure we could figure it out and where things need to go and what you need to get with some light research. You could, I'm sure you can get some young people to do some things on your land for sure, because people want to get away from I'm sure any want to get away from the cities and get out open land and more things that are freeing, not necessarily free, but that they don't have such mandates that they have to apply themselves to, strict deadlines. No one likes that. Owen Benjamin, ever heard of that person? Owen Benjamin. Whoop. But I was about to copy that, and I got another message in there. Is that oh, my keyboard turned off. The mosquito just got me in my ear. Is a comedian? Is that who you're talking about? He's a Gemini, born on May 24th. It's 5 days. 5 days and 9 years prior to the date of my existence in this plane. You didn't get anything, really? I'm gonna check my because you had emailed me, and me being myself, I didn't email you back right away, and I forgot about it almost instantly. Then you commented one day, a few days later, and I was like, oh, you know what? I need to email her back. So I did right away. I'm pretty sure I sent it. Let me check. Because I said in the email that you commented reminding me of it. Yeah, it's right here in my sent box. I mean, and you know, it's a different email than you gave me, though, I think. Just now. It says Divine Light Hazel, but the actual email is different, which I'm not going to say what it is, but I did reply back to you. Starts with the number 1. We can go over that. It's about taking your land. See, the reason people have to pay taxes on their land is really the same thing as their body, is because, but it's even more apparent. Your land is being held by the county. The county is basically managing your property. As long as the county is managing your property, you got to pay taxes. That's why the county can tell you what to do. But once you, I have a webinar that I can share with you. They'll go over it in detail. But basically, you can take your land out of the county because that original deed is check, and you can counterclaim it. You can close it. You can take it out, and you gotta have your own trust to put it in. You put your property in your trust because the county is pretty much holding your land in a trust, and they're managing it for you. So they're basically your landlords. So they're taxing you. It's that simple. And people just don't know how to operate privately. When you operate privately, you don't hold your assets in other people's jurisdictions, which is what the county is. It's outside of your jurisdiction. So there's a few different things, but you want to have a UCC open in the county level that shows that you actually have, you would actually put a lien on your property too, because your property, you have you have rights to it. So you put a lien on it in the county to show that you actually have a public lien on it, that if anyone wants to come near your property to do anything with it, they got to pay that lien off. And that's just the public lien, not to mention what you actually are going to be saying that they would need to pay to have to possess your property, which is a whole different thing. Yes, we can talk about that. The plants absolutely grow. The plants grow for us both. We grow for the plants, and the plants grow for us. We grow together. I agree with that, Divine Hazel, about getting cold. Definitely, that's definitely a problem that occurs when you're not ingesting things that can heat you up and to burn. Even like when you first start liquids, even especially in a cold environment, because you gotta burn off or get rid of the extra matter, fibrous material. Your body contracts and you get cold. You get cold for a little bit, but once you get past that, it's like fire. As long as you're ingesting those juices and things like that. But just water, absolutely. In a cold environment, it's like putting a glass of water outside. It's gonna freeze. How do you format it? Do you have like the page sizes a certain way?
What size are they?
That size that I showed you, it's like that little book that I showed you. I think it was 5.25 by 8. So it's 88 pages.
When are you gonna put it on your Etsy shop?
Well, I want to do the illustrations for it first. I meant
Well, of
just,
course.
like, writing it.
No, I know.
Oh,
I was just asking, are you gonna
just
wait?
whenever I'm done. Because you need to do the cover too.
Right. Huh. I wish people would put my stuff on their social media. Share this material. the I'm pretty sure I am shadow banned on YouTube, and the one main reason I say that is when I started releasing videos again recently, I started losing a lot of subscribers, and I'm down like for the past 28 days, like -8. It's crazy how many subscribers I've lost, which it doesn't make sense to me. Why? Maybe because I've been talking against what is going on, maybe, but I wouldn't see why people wouldn't expect that from my channel if that is the case. Oh yeah, of course, warm liquids, but that only lasts so long if you're in a cold environment. That's not the actual Gmail was not that. It was one Providence Light. It was not but the name of it is Divine Light Hazel. It has the purple emblem there. But regardless, it doesn't seem like you got it back. That's weird. That was on November 7th, like a month ago.
So, is there anything anyone would like me to go over? Talk about? I'm pretty sure she has done a long fast before. I want to say she did one during medical schooling, if I remember correctly. Who's all in the chat now? Got well, looks like 8 people watching. We've been on the stream for 4 hours and about 40 minutes. Doesn't seem like that long, but it is 1 a.m. 2 a.m. But I'm also have been getting like 3 to 4 hours of sleep anyway, so the days have been long for me regardless, so it doesn't seem like that long of a time. Time has been dissipating if people have not realized at this point, and is going to continue to dissipate more and more and more and more. There's a lot of people on YouTube talking about time speeding up, time speeding up. No, time ain't speeding up, time's going away because people have stopped paying attention to time as much, because it's hard to focus on time when you're in one place for most people. Exactly, perception of time, because what is time but a measurement? It's numbers. And we'll talk about time. Yeah, we talked about data, and we talked about lies and stories. Anyone in here, if you haven't seen it, go watch my last live stream. That was extremely good on creation. It's one that everyone needs to see. Absolutely, Branson. That has to do with my video I made a while ago, Fire Drake. I'm sure that has something to do with it, because they use the quartz specifically to differentiate the time. They use the quartz and added delimiter. Delimiter, is that what it's called? I think so. To slow the rate of the quartz down to the right rate so that it creates the time that everyone's operating in. I forgot it's that time of year everyone's asking for donations. Open up. What's my Zoom at? Oh, it's big. Wow. That's crazy. I'm on Wikipedia, and they, of course, have their begging for donations at the top because it's this time of the year. Every time when it gets in the holiday season, every website starts asking for money. Every website. It's crazy. Absolutely insane. This year though, like this is supersized. This is like their text that they type in that everything's in is like 12-point font. This is like double. This is huge. My Zoom was on at first. Is that affecting it? That must have been affecting it. This is smaller now. Actually changed color too, which is weird. It was blue a moment ago. Now it's red. Let me go back and go back into it. No, it's still red. That's odd. Why was it blue before? Huh. When I first went to it on Wikipedia, it was blue, the whole entire top, asking for donations. The border, because if you go on Wikipedia and go to any article, it's going to be asking for donations. And the outline was blue a moment ago, and now I refreshed it after I fixed my zoom size on my browser. So I must have had it zoomed in for some reason, but when I refreshed it with 100% normal zoom, 100%, it turned red. I'm gonna try going back in again. Pull back to 150. We ask you humbly. Don't scroll away. No, it's not. It's not doing it now. It is weird. Why was it blue? And it looked completely different than it does now. Because now it's just in one side of it. Before it was the whole entire top. Can they hear me? My distaste for that? Don't scroll away. Donate to me. Come on, that's ridiculous. Wow, actually, if you scroll down away from the top, they pop a ad up from the bottom asking you to donate. All we ask is $2.75 or whatever seems right to you this Sunday. I guess it is Sunday. Before you get back to your article, we'll cut to the chase. 90% of our readers don't give. They simply look away. I feel the same way, Wikipedia. Except I don't have that, and I won't have that on my website. That is ridiculous. That is insane begging on a globalized site that is obviously ran by people that don't need donations. I'll reply. That's the one you sent it from, but I'll reply back on a different one. I'll just copy. I'll just forward this whole entire thing. We'll go like this. Whoops. I'll copy that. We'll paste that there. And we'll put at gmail.com. Yeah, we'll hit send. And we'll make sure we don't get an ND8 or NDR. Looks good. What's D Live? Oh, is that? I know what you're talking about. I was on there. No, it's is it called D Live? D. I have an account actually, except it's garbage what's on there, so I didn't actually upload any of my videos on there. I think it's DTube. Yeah, it's D.tube. It's complete garbage what's on there. So I chose not to even waste my time utilizing it. I was gonna go put my videos on library, LBRY, but I never did that either. Because let's be honest, YouTube is not giving up this platform, this video platform to any other service. It doesn't matter. Google ain't going nowhere. YouTube ain't going nowhere. Regardless of censoring and whatnot, it's, for me at least, it's a waste of fucking energy. These DTube and I don't know about library, but DTube it's actually on cryptocurrency. It's actually on the blockchain, on a blockchain. They have their own cryptocurrency. So you watching videos, people that you watch earn cryptocurrency. I assume you most likely earn cryptocurrency from watching videos on it. You should, but most of the videos are cryptocurrency related and conspiracy related. I don't think people would like what I would have to say on there, because it mostly seems like complete bullshit. I don't talk about bullshit, which is why I don't get any viewers in general. If I just start talking about bullshit, I could get a lot of viewers. I'm sure
I can make a new channel, and I could probably have quite if I wanted to, because I know how I could do that. I won't feel good with myself. So I is Zen live? See drinking. Zen does like alcohol. That is a certainty, but this time more than ever, there's a reason for that. But Zen has always liked his alcohol, regardless. Zoom came out of nowhere. Jed, I don't know if people realize, like, Zoom shouldn't be what it is, except the fact that it was planned and orchestrated. There's so many services before Zoom that did the same and do the same exact thing, way better. But here comes Zoom out of nowhere with the platform for everyone. Well, Zoom was put into place for the people that knew. You could have made, if you were in Zoom stock before it blew up, you made 30 times what you had in it. It's insane. I mean, most stocks, if you just had anything in the stock market before it absolutely exploded, you take it and leave it because it's going down soon. Stock market exploded. But Zoom at home stocks, Zoom was one of the biggest ones. So that multiplied, it was insane what they came from in 1-2. I feel the same way, Divine. I had Zoom's alright. It's not anything great though, but how people are using it, I see what you mean. Because they let anyone get in, which I know exactly how Zen can be. So I can just imagine allowing people to come into his chat. I haven't been in Zen's live in a while. I can see what could happen in a Zoom. Yeah, I was talking to mine the other day on his chat. I don't like Zoom though. Zoom it's actually for video conferencing. Zoom sucks when it comes to actually streaming on YouTube. Zoom's terrible for actually making something that is presentable. That's not the platform to use. There's many of other platforms. I was playing with StreamYards recently, which I like. I just don't want to pay. They recently had a plan that was like $10 a month, but they still have their logo in it. Come on, I want your logo on my shit, so I didn't sign up for it. But they want like
$25 otherwise. I don't have that many viewers where I care that much at this point. If it happens, I would like it because it's very easy to use. It's very nice. But there's free platforms like OBS, Open Broadcast Studio, you can utilize that. It takes a little bit more effort, and it would be better if I had a better internet quality. But you can do everything on there for free. If you set it up, take your time. Not all schools are using Zoom. A lot of them are, though. But that's why it blew up. That's why it blew up. Some of them are using GoToMeeting, which is owned by Cisco, which Cisco's has been around a lot longer. GoToMeeting has been around for a very long time. Zoom has been around for a while. It was shitty, and it still is. It just, the only reason Zoom is where it is because of the stock, and for people to make money. It's the only reason. It is the only reason. It's all about making money. It's all about the stock of it. So they needed to actually put it out into the public's eye so they can put news articles out that there's a reason that it blew up. It's the only reason that it's even in the public, because Zoom itself is garbage compared to these other platforms, because the other platforms have been around and have been utilized a lot more and had a lot more features. I mean, at this point, Zoom has caught up, but in reference to enterprise use, business, and how the stuff was used, because I work in this field, so that's why I know these platforms. I never heard of Zoom until now. But if you look at it, I think it was around from 2009 or something. I mean, it's been around for a while. Maybe it was 2016. But it's been around for quite a few years. It just wasn't popular. But GoToMeeting, what's the other big one? I can't think of what the other big one is, but GoToMeeting was probably the biggest one before all of this happened. But then Zoom came out of nowhere. But then, of course, because of how Zoom came about, the stock skyrocketed. But because they grew like ridiculous amounts very quickly, they had a bunch of issues, so it caused the stock to plummet. People in the know now. Oh, it dropped, but wait, they're gonna fix it. It's gonna come right back. That's what happens. This is a game. The stock market is a game, and it's being played. Just like Tesla, it doesn't make any sense. Tesla's worth like $500. They they have no profits. This shit makes no sense because it's a game. If I could sit and follow this stuff like daily, I could tell everyone exactly where to go, because it's a game and I see it like that. I'm busy doing other things. I don't have time to follow these different intricacies of news articles and stuff like that. Because it's a lot of it's determined by news and then investors, and looking up, it's a lot of it's research, looking up the names of people, who's investing in it, who's connected to who, blah blah blah. It ain't hard to find. It takes a little bit of time. Google Hangouts was good, but see, Google annexed Google Hangouts so they can create Google Duo. which Google Duo came out just in time for the pandemic, which Google Duo is their new video conferencing and VoIP service. It's their new platform they use for all of their video, not just video, voice over IP, which includes video conferencing, which is geared towards businesses though. Google Hangout still exists. It's just they annex the consumer platform because Google ain't about consumers. They'll probably come out with something eventually. They'll probably come out with, I mean, they have, like, that's what I'm using right now. It's built into YouTube, but you can't invite people in or anything because they probably partnered with some other companies behind the scene. They're probably getting paid for them from them. Google Plus didn't do that great. No, any social or consumer product that Google has ever released has failed. Always. They've released quite a few. Google Plus failed. There was one before that failed. Google just gets it's like they put it out just to get a little bit of consumer information. They pull it back when they get what they want. I've never seen that movie, but I'm told it's very similar to Lucy. Which I should watch nonetheless. I'm sure I would enjoy that movie with what it has to share, minus the pill. I have a problem watching movies nowadays. I'll start like the first like 2 minutes of it, and I'll be. I at this point I would rather go watch the crypto market. Honestly, I'd rather go because it's a game to me, which I'm watching right now actually. I'd rather go watch something that I can get something out of, like actually that's useful to me. Because I probably most movies, unless I've seen it or know the story of what's being orchestrated already, it's like, like there's a few things that I still entertain myself to, only because I've already started with it. Star Wars, I'll watch The Mandalorian because it's intriguing to me, The Mandalorian and everything that occurs with Star Wars. And Star Wars twist. I mean, Star Wars is very twisted in how they give it. It's very broken up, and it's really hard to put together actually, with how it actually correlates with what's going on, not with what's happening, but more so they put the good in the bad, but the bad is still bad with a little bit of good, that it cross references each other. And I'll read the Dragon Ball Super manga. That's actually about it. That actually is it. Which I think there's 2 more episodes of The Mandalorian, which then that's done. And the Dragon Ball Super manga is once a month, which this is the last month for this chapter, which is interesting in itself. Which I've made videos on it in the past about Dragon Ball Super and some things on how it correlates. I mean, I could do a whole entire channel on that. and how that relates to a lot of things, which is extremely interesting, especially right now with this arc that's going on with Moro, him being a goat, transformations, him becoming the Earth, and there's a bunch of things that people are missing regarding that, but it doesn't get the clicks, so it's sort of pointless to me if people ain't interested in it. Which I'm actually gonna go and look at real quick. I'm curious how many, if those videos that I made, which was a little bit ago at this point, got, because most of my videos, if I don't if they don't get views right away, they don't get views at all unless it's like years afterwards because of what's going on. Like some of my older videos are getting some views right now, but not many of them. Oh, that was a terrible search. Nikki. One thing that, I mean, maybe this is because I'm on video talk. Maybe if I put some like pictures over this, but I need a new computer to do this. I need something that can process graphics a lot more quickly than what this laptop can do, because this is a decent laptop, but it's like an ultrabook, so it's not made for processing. It's made for business and convenience. This video is from 2018. It's 45 views. And it's talking about Dragon Ball Super and how monkeys became gods. Who wouldn't want to watch that? That's a great video, I would have to say. It was a great video. It is a great video. Like all my videos. This one, how many views does this one have? What's this one about? This one only has 75 views, which is probably how many I had right away again. My videos don't get a lot of views afterwards. After the initial push. Unless they're about very specific things. Yeah. What? Oh, no, you're good. Not to mention Fire Dragon. Most movies right now they're garbage. the one movie that I would like to watch in full HD, it still hasn't came out in actual streaming, is which I've tried to watch it in the camera captured bullshit that is put out. Is that all of it? Did you do 2 pages per though? I would do front and back too. You know how to do that? You should do duplex and you should do the booklet. So you should get it how it actually would look. Is the new video or the new movie by Christopher Nolan. Starts with a T. Tenet. That I started watching. It's a very interesting movie. It's too fast paced to watch on the bullshit. I don't know. I haven't tried it recently. I watched it when it first came out, and the audio was too garbage, so I couldn't really keep up with what was going on fully. Which I'm not gonna watch a movie if I can't fully comprehend what's going on, because it was captured on a camera in a theater in Asia, and the audio was not full quality, so it was kind of garbled. It just wasn't clear enough. But he hasn't released it on streaming yet because they decided that they wanted to keep it in theaters only for a while. I think it released I just actually looked yesterday, the 15th. Because I would like to see that movie. Because Christopher Nolan's movies are always, which that movie did, from what I've seen, it's definitely got some shit in it, seem relevant, very relevant. I mean, we can go to Batman, we can decode Batman all day, and Christopher Nolan's Batman. Hold on, let me make sure this printer has paper. That might be the problem here. Does not. And I'm the same way, Fire Dry. It's hard for me to watch anything in general. If it ain't doing something for me at this point, like in this existence, is why am I doing it? Which there's few and far things that do when it comes to entertainment. I already loaded it.
Oh,
Are you trying to center this or
center what?
uncover your
No,
magic?
because that's not how it's gonna be. Because you're supposed to be doing the cover.
Oh, I mean, I'm just wondering because it was on it, but yeah.
No,
it
that's
don't
how
matter.
they had it, on the template. I thought I did double-sided. You know what though? I think it's 88 pages including the cover, so I'm probably gonna have to.
Yep.
Yeah. So I'll do a couple more. But it's still printed. Yeah, because that's including the copyright as well.
Divine Hazel said hello.
Hello. Divine Hazel.
I was gonna say what my astrological sign is. Gemini, which you probably already know because I was talking about that earlier. You probably know it anyway. Nikki is Pisces, which we're incompatible actually. We're on complete opposite sides of the spectrum. Me and you, Divine Hazel, though, we're very compatible because we're both air signs. You're actually an upgraded air sign according to the scale of how astrology works. Gemini is supposed to be the rawest form of air signs. Aquarius is supposed to be the most refined form of it. If I go by sidereal astrology, I am actually Taurus, which is very interesting because Taurus, when you look into it in sidereal astrology, it does not have. It's the only sign that does not have a god. It's the only sign where it actually says that they are their own god, which is what Gemini is in general, which is interesting. But I've never looked into Taurus in tropical astrology to see what it says, but in sidereal, for myself, it says that because Rio is actually a Taurus in tropical astrology. She was a Taurus comes right after the Gemini. She was just outside of the Gemini sign of tropic. I don't know about sidereal actually. I never looked into it for anyone else besides myself. I'm trying to change these settings, and it's not. That page is not letting me. Let's use.
I wonder if it's because I used that.
Oh, here we go.
Huh?
No, what are you saying?
Because I used the template. Would that be why?
For what?
I don't know. Like all the settings and stuff were off, or not the settings, the spacing and everything seemed weird. I think because I was set to write a novel or something.
I don't know. I should be okay now. I'm printing it. But we might have to reformat it though anyways.
Well, yeah. Didn't do back page.
We're set to two-sided. Huh. Is it doing 2 per page?
It is doing 2 per page, but
Or you missed? Is it printing the second? Like, what would that be? You can grab the next page. Is that the next page? Actually, is that 3 and 4?
yeah.
Huh? It was set to two-sided. That's interesting. Printing Nikki's book out. For anyone that's interested, it'll be up in her Etsy store when it's done. It's pretty much done for people to purchase. And that's PDF though. Then we gotta get it actually printed. Do you want a hardcover, you said? Yeah. Hardcover. Which it will be on our website as well. But first, I got to finish creating the website. I have the basis of it. I just need to get it so it looks acceptable to me.
This is long.
529. Well, it's gonna be 44 pages.
October before, doesn't it?
No?
No? Yeah, it's only actually at 82.
Yep. Aquarius, the age of information and communication. Which that's funny, Divine. You're February 8th. Nikki is February 26th, which 2 plus 6 is 8.
Who is February?
Divine Hazel.
Oh, Aquarius is right before me.
Mm-hmm. Oh, 29th. Interesting, Fire Drake. That 29 is a special day, though. That's 11. Which 11 actually has a lot to do with my I like numerology more than astrology. 11 and 7 have to do a lot with my numerology chart. Which thing with numerology, you have a choice. Do you want the master number, or do you want to settle for the sum of it? Which I got quite a few 11s in my chart, which from what I read, most people settle for the 2 as opposed to the 11, which is interesting because 11 has to do with Gemini in itself and the twins, because that is the sign of the Gemini. It's twins. Which is why any Gemini I've ever come across, there's this thing with Geminis to where, because it has to do with twins, you automatically like have what they have. It's weird. It's interesting, at least for me. I can very much and very quickly acquire what other Geminis produce or put out. It's like a duplication almost. Like it, I see like Zen's a Gemini. I very quickly took on what Zen has to offer, which is a lot. And I've done the same thing with other Geminis, where I can replicate how they maybe it's just me, I don't know. I can replicate how they interact with everyone. It will be available soon. Divine Hazel. I'm not sure how much it will be, but we'll get you it. It will be available soon. Her Etsy shop is My Bohemian Moon. MY. I'll type it. Actually, I'll go to it and put it actually in the chat. What Divine Hazel, what model is that laptop? Do you have that in front of you? Or you can type in what model that is. I'll look it up and see if it's even viable. I mean, 2010, I'm going to guess no, but maybe. Probably better just to get a new one. Nikki, what's your Etsy shop? That's what I thought. How do I find that? Not on my phone. I'm not on my phone. But how do I search like someone's shop on Etsy? Didn't see it. Look at that. Oh, there we go. When I put is there no space in between any of it? Oh, okay. Etsy shop, which has all her wall hangings that she has created on it and some crowns. There's a bunch more stuff actually that will be put on there soon. So if anyone would like to donate to what we are doing, you can donate to any of these beautiful things that Nikki has created, and we will send that your way. Because what you're donating for is actually our service, not the actual product, because that would be us selling it. We're actually creating the product for free, and you're donating for the time that we have used for me to come on here and speak to everyone, and her to do what she does, and us to live how we live. Because that's how you play the game. This chat will stay up because I actually specifically seen when I was making this live stream that I can I don't know if this was like that on my phone, my last live stream. So it wouldn't be that big of a deal if it was not on. This was not set to keep the chat up afterwards for some reason, which is weird. So like if someone was watching this, it wasn't set to show the chat. Let's see. Astrology is just a codex, Fire Drake. It's a code. It's like everything else. So I like numerology more. The numerology is it's simpler to see. he was a Scorpio. Which that's funny you say that, Fire Dre, because I at this point would say that a Gemini is truly a Leo, but maybe that's like part of the dual sign, the twins. It's I never would have seen myself as that, but now I do. Because in astrology terms, they see the Leo as the leader, the lion, but I never would have seen myself as that, but it's absolutely what I see myself as nowadays is the leader, but not in the demonstrative way that the Leo or the lion is normally portrayed. It's in the communal way. That's the shortcomings of the Leo, though. I mean, it can go either way, but Leos commonly they fall into that trap of when it comes to astrology, they fall into that category to where they're very demonstrative and overbearing because of the power that is possessed innately through them. My hair is long. It's extremely long. Someone just said to me like, wow, your hair has grown like twice the size in the past few months that I haven't seen you. Because my hair it's almost double in length in probably the past 3 months. It's crazy. But it's because of I think it's because of a few things different that I've been ingesting and not ingesting. I've been having a lot more sulfur, which breaks down the carbs a lot more. I've been having, more recently, I've been having a lot more black salt, which has a lot of sulfur in it. But even before that, I was having a lot of hing, which has a lot of sulfur, and baking soda, which I think your hair has to do with, well, they say it's dead material, but I think it has to do with burned energy.
hair, nails. My nails have been growing like crazy too. So a lot of black salt. Black salt is delicious. Black salt from black Himalayan salt, not black like black charcoal salt, which is Hawaiian. Salt from that is burned in a kiln in India. Himalayan, which when they burn it, it brings out the sulfurs in it, which is delicious. I really like the taste of sulfury stuff. Hing powder is really good. Which, if you don't know what hing is, it's sulfur is used for digestion because sulfur breaks down the carbs in the body, creates gases. And hing, which is stuff that's used in India a lot because everything that's used in India comes from Egypt, which to me comes from truly here. Because I think our culture was outsourced to actually Egypt from the Americas. Or maybe it was the other way. I don't know, but there's definitely some kind of connection. I definitely guarantee that. And hing is, well, see, my stomach just told me, like, no, you were right the first time. It was outsourced from America. See? Is hing is actually a type of fennel. It's a type of giant fennel. It's called asafoetida, which is big in Indian cuisine for digestion. Many people think it's too strong. They use a little bit of it, and they will only use it when it's cooked. I use it straight in the powder. I'll put it in my drink sometimes. I'll put it in my salads. Since I've been doing the liquid fast, I've been using the black salt. I've been making what I like to call it, a more of a Mayan drink, not Mayan as Mayan Abaddon, but Mayan as the Aztec drink. Cacao, which I'm getting the good cacao coming soon. I've been using the cacao powder, which is Nikki just ordered the real cacao that's fermented. But cacao, cayenne, I've been putting the black salt in it, espresso, because I was going to a few cafes and they had these couple cafes, they both had the same drink, which was cacao and cayenne espresso lattes, which I've also been doing the nut milk, which I got walnut milk right now that we just made. So I've been having that with the black salt. That's delicious, extremely cleansing. I've been doing with the liquids because cacao is extremely cleansing in itself. You put that high sulfur content with it, with the hotness, which I overload it because I really like hot stuff. With the espresso, with the caffeine that expedites everything through the liver. It's very good. Hing, going back to that, is a giant fennel. It's called Aphrodita. Aphrodita. It's a type of, called a giant fennel. Aphrodita, I think it is. Which I really like fennel. When I make juice, I put a lot of fennel in it. A lot of fennel, a lot of ginger. I like the the crazy things for digestion, I guess. The things that cause extreme cleansing in the digestive tract is really what I'm attracted to. A lot of green stuff. I like the fruit. I could go without the fruit, honestly, though. I could do just straight fennel juice. I've drank just straight fennel juice. It's absolutely delicious. Problem is having enough to juice and ingest and keep it going. Yeah, I read that, Divine, that sulfur makes your hair grow. Black salt is delicious. It's interesting because I noticed that black salt has the salty taste that's on popcorn, which is like movie theater popcorn, which they also use. The butter they use is akin to ghee, which is, it's interesting that they're using corn, which is what they cultivate here, which they cultivate it because it's what they were shown to cultivate, and it's indigenous to this land. Then they took the salt on it, which I don't know exactly what type of salt they're putting on it and why it has that sulfuric smell to it, but it really does. And then the butter is very liquidy, like ghee, which comes from cow milk. It's like they just stole something that was already here, adulterated it, and is giving it to you in a form of entertainment snacks. See, I'm not big on the fungus, the fungi. I don't really like fungi. I never have those. It's like a sponge, and it doesn't digest very well. That's interesting, Divine, because my sister, she used to be, when she was younger, she would be really big into researching Egypt, which has subsided now, but that she's a senior now in high school. But when she was in her early teens, she was really big into researching Egypt. Which, if I don't know if you guys know, Egypt is, it's in South Illinois. Little Egypt is in South Illinois. It's because I'm in the northern part. That's probably like 4 hours from me. Cairo is down there, actually. So where it was, there's actually a pyramid down there by it's right outside of St. Louis, Mound Pyramid, which is covered in grass at this point, but it's definitely something there. Is it any coincidence outside of where St. Louis, the city, which if you go into St. Louis, I don't know if you guys ever been through St. Louis. St. Louis has completely been revamped and renovated. It doesn't even feel right when you go through there. It's a weird feeling in St. Louis. Even like Chicago, it's like it's flat, like, but like St. Louis has this weird leveling feeling to it, like you're floating almost. It's actually Fire Drake. I was thinking about this earlier. The pyramids, there's steam power. Has to a steam. People always wonder where this free energy came from that are into the mud floods and ancient free energy and how this came about and why there's chimneys and these big openings in the middle of these ancient buildings that don't make sense to be used as fireplaces. It's because they connected underground and they've been covered. It was steam power that came from the center of the earth, at the core of it. It's like our mind. You got a head full of steam. You would fill your house up with steam that would also churn up into the skies, and it was a free flowing system that flew into the next world. I don't know if our world is sectioned off from it or it all stopped, but it's a world on top of a world, on top of a world, on top of a world. You walked in St. Louis or Little Egypt? Interesting. Exactly, Fire Drake. Steampunk. Exactly what it is. Cahokia. Interesting. That definitely seems like the right name. St. Louis. I mean, that obviously is not what it originally was. Cahokia. That seems right. Cahokia. Cahokia. I like that word actually. We don't need the H in it. Cahokia. 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 I like that. Cahokia. Which you two might never see my videos. I got a couple where I'm walking around a couple cities by me, and there's this huge hill, and specifically in Lamont, it's probably like a 30-40 foot hill within like 20 feet. It's 30-40 feet up. And you can see like there's houses right there. You can see the foundation, the limestone, because limestone comes from this area. This is very prominent in where I am right now in Illinois, limestone quarries. Which quarries are just old ancient buildings that they're mining. People don't realize that are mining them, but they're just ancient buildings. These places were built of limestone, but I would be interested to buy these properties and to excavate them and to see what's actually underground. Because like the slope is insane, and you can just see like the foundation, the limestone, and who knows what's actually under there. And most of these houses, they're built on these foundations, I would have to assume, in this area at least, because this is, I'm talking about Lamont, but even probably like 5 to 10, probably like 10 miles, a little bit south. You got Lockport, which has that same exact slope. It's just not as prominent as in Lamont, but it's on the same road, same slope, same limestone. And if you go down to Joliet, you're following the same road, keep going down to Joliet, probably like 10 more miles. You got the prison made of limestone. You got all the buildings made of limestone. You get downtown Joliet. I've done videos down there. You got the red bricks in different buildings. I've talked about this area before. It's very interesting, the stuff that is here. You got actually the second biggest iron mill in the country at a point here. The second biggest, which who built Chicago after the Chicago fire but this iron mill that's in Joliet, which I actually have a video walking around the steel mill. And it's very interesting. It's very interesting. Especially downtown Joliet, because you got because my eyes are not the sharpest past like 10 feet, but they're getting better, especially right now with this, what I've been doing and this energy. I was downtown Joliet a couple days ago. There's the Rialto Square Theater, which is called. Just one of the buildings down there is the theater. It's one of the older theaters in the country, actually. And I was looking at the architect on it. I'm like, wow, I've never seen any of this actually, because my eyes just weren't good enough to see it. I was very much amazed by it, but at the same time, like, I don't know that we did this. I can't say we did this. Because I'm torn on this current architect that is everywhere. I can't say that we actually created this. This almost seems like a facing to me. And I've always felt like that. And when I say us, I mean the conscious beings that actually look to facilitate life into the world. I can't say that was us. It seems like a demonic force to me, but I reserve my judgment on all of it, because the symbols are exactly what were shown that are on the pyramid in Egypt. But at the same time, I've never been there. I've never seen it. I don't know any of that stuff. But they're here, and they're all around where I am, which is interesting. The feeling that I get off right off the bat, though, I'll be honest, is this shit is not right. This is not right. There's something weird about this intricate, illusionary architecture, and it just doesn't seem right. But maybe that's all my pessimistic feeling. See, I had it right. Kia. You gotta drop that H. Kia. Antique. That'd be interesting. Like it probably has a self-powered car under there. That's actually I've been drinking. That's one of the reasons my eyes have been getting much better. Not just my eyes, but because eyebright has to do with your liver and your blood. I've been drinking eyebright tea every day, twice a day for a month and a half now. Eyebright's very powerful. Eyebright is until I started taking it, I thought eyebright was just for your eyes. Wow. Eyebright is the blood cleanser. It's amazing. It's very amazing. That's interesting because Al Capone, Chicago, is synonymous with Al Capone. Which when we talk about Al Capone, we're talking about Al Capone, who was the gangster. You got different stories about Al Capone. You got different stories. I don't know how to feel about him. Because I've read things that he was Italian. I've read things that he was actually a melanated person, which what's the difference? It really depends on what he was doing, but who is his character is what I would say. Because I'm both of these things when it comes to bodily fluids. It's interesting you say that. I'm gonna do a video on that actually, on this board sooner than later on multiple Earths on top of each other, Earths or worlds, eyes, and how your eye relates to the world, and seeing magma, how it all replicates in all directions, how it has to do with the web, or how's it called? What's the flower of life created on? What's that called? Which I actually have. I have videos. Which did they finish uploading? On perception. I have multiple of them, but I have less. I'm sure you know what I'm saying, Fire. I have less than a megabit upload speed. It's terrible. It's terrible, and my cellular service is garbage out here. So I have unlimited data, but my cellular service. Oh wait, it says it's only gonna take 40 more minutes. I sincerely, if I had better internet, my video quality would be better. At least my audio is decent, which is the main thing. But not the Vesca Pisces. The whole entire sacred geometry. I feel like the whole pattern is called something besides sacred geometry. Maybe not though. Maybe I'm creating something that doesn't exist. No, you got the flower of life. You've got the seed of life. You got sacred geometry. But I feel like the whole pattern is called something. But maybe not. Maybe it's not. I'll be right back. Yeah, everything's in it. Everything's within it. Kabbalah is within it. Tree of life. Yeah, I mean, everything exists within it. You can draw it real quick. I'll get rid of this muzzle. Which is nothing more than what I was drawing earlier, which was the book. The book of life. Which, just to let everyone know, I am actually a very good drawer. Don't judge me for the drawings I do on this whiteboard. It's very hard to actually draw interconnecting circles like that. You wouldn't think it would be. But it doesn't really make sense almost. I have no idea who that is. I'm gonna look him up. Trunvalo. Melchizedek. Ooh, here's a Wikipedia. I don't have a Wikipedia page. Anyone want to create me a Wikipedia page? Because I don't want to create one. We can have dinner together. Sacred geometry of the far. Sacred geometry is a belief that the fundamental properties of the universe can be quantified into a simple shapes and patterns. The ability to see these patterns has been hidden until the time for a new stage of human evolution and consciousness. The core of this geometry is the grid of overlapping circles known as the flower of life. See, I don't agree with that, though. Because I think sacred geometry is bullshit. Now, Merkaba, we can go with the Merkaba, which we will absolutely use green for the Merkaba. Anyone can go with the Merkaba. Because everyone's saying it wrong. It's actually the MurKoRey.
Theodore Daniel, what's going on? What are you talking about? I don't even know what you're talking about. The MurKoRey Kaba. The truth. What truth? What truth? Just explain. I'm not gonna go search it. Just explain it. Tell us. Tell us what truth you're talking about. 'Cause we're talking about the MurKoRey Ba. The MurKoRey Ba. Are childlike? No. I would not like to ever, and I would never like anyone to return to a childlike state of mind, because when we return to a childlike state of mind, it has to do with innocence, and innocence has to do with adolescence, which has to do with not knowing something, and I don't want anyone to not know something. I've thought about this a great deal, actually. Innocence is nothing that is stolen from you. It's actually something that's given to you and forced upon you. No, that's not what freedom is, actually. Freedom is a gnosis. Freedom is a knowing where you are, which is in the angles of this thing right here, Merkaba. It's a knowing what the triangles are. It's knowing 33 and all these different angles that take place from that. I am pure. Are you a robot? You're replying faster than I can even talk. This is insane how fast you're replying. Is this scripted? Do you know what that means to be a child? Because I've looked these words up, because I don't just believe shit. I don't believe shit. I would like that I would have opened this chat with Streamlabs at this point, because I would turn the screen around and share my screen and show everyone what these words actually mean, because no one wants this. No one wants this. Your father must. No, I'm actually the father. Satan is my mother, actually. Satan is my mother. My father is myself, and Satan is my mother. Which I'm actually her too, though. We coexist in this body together. The tree of poison. What's the tree of poison? No. Why is gnosis death? Can you explain that? Can you quantify how gnosis, the word,
Gnosis equals death. That doesn't make sense to me in any way, shape, or form. My study is truth. Okay. I get truth. All the sword-mouthed children are in trouble. Do you not use words? I'm confused what you're talking right now. Having your natural sentience is not wrong. Okay. Gnosticism is actually the Gnostics is actually part of the Bible, so it's part of Christianity and the Hebrew text. So I would not demonize the Gnostics too much. It is the image of the beast, which equals corruption. How about we just look at what's going on right now if we want to talk about the beast and corrupt? I mean, it has nothing to do with books. We don't have to talk about books. We can just look at society and see what that is. This is ignorance at that point. That's innocence. That's childish what you're saying right now. Fire Drake said it. It's the truth though. You have the mind of a child at this point, man. What would you like me to teach you? What do you want me to show you? Behold, I will corrupt your. Why would you corrupt a seed? You're talking Satanism at that point. Why would you corrupt the seed? Because you corrupt the seed, you corrupt the tree, you corrupt the fruit, you corrupt the seed that fruit makes. Now you just destroyed a whole entire civilization. Now you're taking this whole entire world down and you're regrowing the damnation of it. Why would you want to do that? Why would you ever say that? That is so ignorant. That is so devilish. That is so demonic. What are you speaking? I'm not even going to read the rest of your statement at that point because that is so ignorant. You're done. You're done after that. You're cut off. Get the hell out of here. Someone kick him out of here. That is dumb. What? That is one of the dumbest things I ever heard. I think you're the first one to ever kick someone out of my room, Fire Shrek. I have no idea. He's gonna come back with a different channel. That's probably mine. That was interesting. He said, "I'm gonna corrupt your seed like that." That is one of the most demonic things I've ever heard. That is just terrible. It's terrible stuff.
Which I think he might have liked my video because I actually lost one when he kicked him, which is weird. That he would have done that, but it's also weird that I lost one as soon as he kicked him. Oh, that was definitely some kind of Christianic succubus. Who else is in this room? Who is in here? There's 7 people watching. There's 3 people having a conversation. I'm one of them in the chat because I am watching right here. It says there's 7, but there's 4 other people. What? 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 Hold on, don't kick him yet. Wait, where's the second? Where's the second? Is there another one? Are there that many of you here? I told you he was gonna come back. I told you. I knew it. But he went from 1 to 3. This is the B. It's the B. He came back he rebirthed himself. I'll give him that. He went from 1 to 3. I'll give him that. Which he's even using the 3 in Roman numerals. You are? Do you want to get on? Do you want to actually like get on camera and speak, or you're just saying you want to say something in the chat? What? How are you gonna speak? Because you can speak, you can say something. No one's stopping you. You just have to be fair about it and actually listen to what else is being said. The narrative of the deception of Eve into the eating of the forbidden fruit constitutes the fundamental foundation. I didn't finish it. Do you know what the Eve is? Hold on, let's slow this down for a second. Do you know what Eve is? Do you know what that is? Do you know what the Eve is? Don't even worry about the fruit. Do you know what Eve is? Because to know about Eve and the serpent and the tree of knowledge, which is a different story than what is told in the Bible in King James Version is actually very skewed. You have to know what Eve is, and you have to know what is actually being told in the story. Do you know what Eve is? Persona of peace. Hey, Martin. Dude, no. I'm asking you. You said you want to speak. I'm giving you a chance. Do you know what Eve is? I'm not going to read anything. I'm asking you, do you know what Eve is? I'm not going to go look at anything. How are you doing, Martin? 1, 2, 3, 4. Peace. Person of peace. I didn't block anything though, so I mean it's irrelevant at this point because how many channels you got, man? You're on the third one. We didn't even do the second one, so it's irrelevant at this point. You're all no. I'm just asking you a question, man. Do you know what Eve is? That's pretty close, Martin. I wouldn't say that about Adam either, though, because Eve came out of Adam, so definitely wouldn't say that. Not according. It's not according to me. It's what Eve is, because Eve is simple. Eve is a simple thing. It's Eve. You got the E, you got the V, you got the E. It's a reflection of each other. Eve is simple. EVE, which the vowels are owed to you. Go watch my other videos. We can X these out. We can just cross these ones out. We got the V laws. What is the V? What's the V? Whoa, what is going on here? Am I getting indicted by trolls all of a sudden? That's fine. So, you're on the Adam. Oh, I know that. Adam's not the Antichrist, man. Adam is atom, which, I mean, kind of, but no, not really. Not really. Is this the same person? Are we dealing with a psychopath? What if Adam, I mean, truly, if we really want to just break it down and not go from the story, which even the story is, they didn't come out of each other. Eve didn't come out of Adam. It goes back to Greek mythology. What was the story in Greek? This is from Greek mythology. It really isn't. The story in the Bible is not correct. It has to do with the tree of knowledge. But basically, the serpent was trying to give them Adam. If it was two females, actually, it was trying to give them the knowledge of life and creation, and God didn't want them to have it because God is a jealous creature, which has to do with Zeus. And the serpent is just energy saying, "Hey, you know that you're being hidden from something. Like someone's hiding this from you. Like this is your power. You can have this. Like why wouldn't he want you to know this? Think about it." Well, they thought about it and they decided that, okay, you know what? I'm gonna go see what this is all about because I'm not about not knowing what it's not about before I decide that it's not about what it's not about. So I'm gonna go figure out what it's about. Then they went and figured out what it's about, and they figured out that this is actually delicious and is not demonic, but it's also not good. This is just part of the experience, and this is giving me more knowledge and information to everything that's going on here. So I'm going to keep doing this until I figure out who you are, and then I'm going to come back and decide if I like you or not. Oh, I think he's gone. Team, who's team? Eve is definitely changed because Eve is has to do with the evening. I do know who Martin is. I mean, unless Martin decided to multiply, which oh no, Martin's friends with Joy, which I'm not too keen on Joy. God itself is not jealous. Zeus is jealous, which is the god that people are following through these books. Zeus is the god of these books. Wait, this dude's about to come back with another one. This guy's got another one. He's coming back with. Watch. See, Martin, you don't even know the story. Just go look. It's not fucking Wikipedia. Go look up the story. This is Greek mythology. 101. Go look it up. Go look it up. Stop reading the Bible. Stop listening to Zeus and his theory of blah 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 blah. Go look it up. It was two females. There. Just go look it up. Which I don't associate with that person. Anyone that associates with her, I do not associate with them. I don't want that energy. I don't partake in that energy. I'm not about that energy. Martin means Eve. That's a stretch in every sense. What's my take on it? Deep Sharma. No, I haven't done a video on necessarily. Do you know what that day is actually though? Do you know anything about that day? Before I take my time to do anything about that, I want to know what you know about it. Because you said a lot of people have been doing videos on it. So what have people been doing videos on about it? Oh, my monitor wants to turn off again. Don't do that. No one even said Yana. I said Joy. I mean, you must know who that is, I guess. And I definitely know that you have said previously that you were and you like both of what we say, which is around the time I just stepped away from Instagram and all that in general, and haven't seen you since. Well, on the 21st, Saturn and Jupiter actually come into close contact with each other. Which Saturn is Satan, Jupiter is Satan is subconscious, Jupiter is consciousness, and they're coming into conjunction with each other. Saturn is time, and Jupiter is the absence of time. What? I'm skeptical of everyone in this live stream right now, besides Fire Drake and Divine Hazel, just to let everyone know. So I'm going to give everyone a half-assed answer to everything, unless Fire Drake or Divine Hazel are asking me, or someone else steps in that I have some legitimacy. Because this is just ironic. This is ironic that all of this is just within what, 7-8 minutes of each other. Like, all these people are just rolling through like a fucking mud flood, just like murking shit up all of a sudden. Bro, I'm gonna get some juice real quick. there's still some people in here. There's like 5 people, 7 people watch. All of a sudden, I said something. All of a sudden, all these people, people came out of nowhere. All of them. Which the funny thing is, I've spoken to Martin on webcam before, actually, but I don't in any way trust him because he does associate with her, which is why I stopped talking. I just ceased all communication to everyone that has to do with her. And it's just, what a coincidence, huh? She is not a not a content person in her existence, to say the least. Very poisonous and what's the right word? Which maybe for some legitimacy, but she's very spiteful towards mine. Really? That's interesting. Huh. Is that all moderator? Even were you able to block them, Fire Drake? The Tito or whatever, the first one? Didn't you block that one? Obsessive, yeah. Yes, that's a good word. Spiteful obsessiveness. Because he's in a place where he's doing something that is fulfilling to him. In whatever way he has something going, he's with someone else. Huh. Interesting. Ooh, it looks like they lost though. Huh. There's still 7 people watching, whatever. Whoever they see that actually is how this started. I said, who else is in here? This is just 3 of us. I know you, me, you two, and me, and then there's 4 other people. All of a sudden, this all occurred. Oh. Armandeep. Amandeep. Amandeep. To answer your question further, December 21st. It is not 2000. The years are pointless. It's not 2012. It is the culmination of moving into the age of Aquarius, is what people are talking about, if you actually would like to know. And you're not just trolling. Amandeep. Amandeep. It's when the age of moving to the age of Aquarius culminates. It takes 8 years in astrology to change from age to age astrologically. So it started in 2012. This is why 2012 was the end of time. Because it was. You got to end something to start something. This is how life works. So we ended in 2012. Now in 2020, we get a whole new vision. We get a whole new sight on how things actually operate because there's information that is being shared. So in 2020, the age of Aquarius is fully in effect, which is the age of information, and it completely assimilates on the winter solstice, because that's when the sun starts moving back into longer days. It starts, the sun starts getting higher in the sky, so that's when it hits a point to where it starts going the other way, basically. So that's how the year, that is truly the beginning of the new year, is when the sun starts the upward process, which is on the 21st this year. It's always around that date, but this year it is on the 21st. Pretty sure. It's when the winter solstice is, though. Always. That's what the solstice is when the days start getting longer. Oh, that was that the one that I predicted? Was that one? Was that, I know I predicted one of them. I was dead on. Which it might have been that one. I don't remember. It's been a while since I was following the NBA. The Great Reset. All right, you know what? I'll do this for you. I'll Has it been? Is that what they say? 800 years? I don't know. Is that what they say? I haven't heard that, but that could be the case. But who the hell knows at that point? We're just playing with numbers, as far as I'm concerned. When we get to that state of measurements, it's irrelevant then. Because how long are we existing here? Because how long has this game truly been going on for? Can we quantify it longer than our own life existence? How do we know that we didn't start it? How do we know that we didn't come into existence and all of a sudden this book opened and here we are? And we have this whole story right here that's already been told. This is all pre-made, prefabricated story that's already there, but we start here. It's like a video game. We start in the middle of it. How do we know that didn't happen? Who's to say that that's not what's happening right now? So who knows that it's 800 years actually? We can play that game. Nothing wrong with it. Martin's back. Who's Pop? The fuck are you talking about, dude? You're confusing. You are confusing me. Alright. We're gonna play a game. We're in 2020. This is perfect vision. The vision. Vision is motion. VIS. Which VI is 6. 6 is the 6 axis. So we're in this is why it's all about 6s right now, because we're moving through something. Because the 6s have to do with death, but we have to move through death to get to new vision, a new world, which is what's happening right now. This is 2020. This is what's been happening since 2012. So you got 2020, you got 2012. Which is also a 6. Because I'm gonna do it like this. You got 1 plus 2 is 3. 2 times 3 is 6. You know, you can do it however you want. You can also make it a 5. But we're going to do it like that. I don't know, 2020, of course, is always 4. Because the forces. But we're gonna focus on this. 6s. VI. That's where most people are focused. This is in 6. 6 is the 6 what? 6 feet. The vi troll. Missed a letter. I talked about this in one of my recent videos. This is what the 6s have to do with. This is why it has to do with the AI, virtual reality. It has to do with the 6 or the vi or the 6. The 6 ritual. The ritual of, oops. The ritual of 6s. Which is what's happening in 2020. The ritual of 6s. Because 6 has to do with creating something new. Because 6 is when we start getting to a cult meeting of 6. It's a line and a circle. But the circle's underneath. The seed's underground. It hasn't sprouted yet because it hasn't came to the side. This is half of the percent sign. And we got the other side. This is a full percent. This is 100%. A percent sign is 100. You got 1, 0, 0. But we're not operating in 100 when we're operating in the 6. It's not 69. It's just a 6. It's death. But we gotta get out of that incubation stage, which is when we're still in the egg of creation. And we are unfurling that 6. It's a spiral. It's really what it is. We're in the process, see, because these start with, this is what a spiral. You start with a 6, but there's a 9 here. There's also a 9. You see that? Boom. We just gotta finish this year. That's it. Just finish this year. 2021 is gonna be completely different. Because just as you got 2020 as a box, no matter how you look at it, 2020 is a box. Which is why there's so much death. There's so many corners in 2020. 2021 is completely different. At the very simplicity, it's a 5. Just adding everything up is a 5. But with how I play this game, 2021 is 2012. Because of 1 plus 2 is 3. But now we can take this 3 and times it. We got 6. We can plus it. We got 5. We can add these 2 together. We got 11. Now we got duality. We got twins. We can add them together. Now we get 1, 2, 3, 4. We got all these angles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We got the middle. We can go so many ways with it at that point. Just by adding that 1. Just by adding the 1. Because these years ain't, these are numbers. We can play with these how we want. But my point is, once we get to that 5, things change. Things completely change with the 5. 2020 is a box, no matter how you look at it. This is why everything's happening how it's happening. We have to be in here right now. Everyone has to be in that box right now because you got to be contained before this breakout. This is going to be crazy. Just wait till the next year. It's going to be fucking insane next year. You think this year is insane? Wait till next year. It's going to be wild next year. I don't mean bad, but it's going to be wild next year. So many messages, Martin. Oh man, Peter Daniel came back. He doesn't like opposing. What do you mean? I haven't done anything. What do you mean? I didn't do anything. Opposing views. What are you? What are you talking about? Opposing views. I didn't do any. I was drawing on a board. I was explaining a few things. I drew some symbol. You guys, you can use this. This is a nice symbol right here. This is powerful. Do you know what this is? Do you know what the symbol is? You can change your life with this. Go meditate on this. Do you know what this is? This is right here. What? I had 2 thumbs down. What? I didn't even do anything. Who is giving me thumbs? I didn't warrant those in any way. I didn't even do anything. That must be the 2 people that have been talking this whole time. Fire Drake, Divine Hazel giving me thumbs down. Did the rest of you get that
insatiably boring that everyone needed to come here and attempt to troll my live stream? Because I'm not super prominent on YouTube as it is. What would be the point in coming to my live stream to attempt to incite some type of incubation of hatred? Doesn't make sense to me why someone would want to do that. It doesn't make sense why someone would have such hatred and greed in their being to where you would spend your own energy to come to someone else's inquisition to incite trouble out of nothing. It's one thing if you truly want to have some type of meeting of the minds, but when you come somewhere simply to engage in conflict and try to push your systemic beliefs, why? Because there's so much going for everyone right now at this moment. There's so much possibilities for anyone that exists right now in the here and now in this world that it doesn't make logical sense to me that anyone would waste their energy by throwing it at me. I'll take it. Don't get me wrong. I'll take it. So you're not hurting me in any way. You never will. It's not possible. It's not a possibility for anyone to harm me. Good luck. But it's not possible. And I just don't see why someone would take their energy to give it to me in this time of creation unless they are truly a demonic entity, which at that point you're wasting your energy attempting to succubus from someone who's not going to and has never given it up to you. Yeah, I would think that's why you normally stay away from my channel. But I guess at some point you get desperate for some kind of energy to leech onto. But it sure as hell ain't gonna be mine. Not here. Which it's fine with me, honestly. I mean, it's just giving me more views at this point.
It got me a few more likes somehow. Someone liked it, whether they really did or not. Got me a few more likes, and got me a couple. Oh, I got three thumbs down now. 13. Oh, wait, no. I just sat here and watched it from 3 to 4 to 5 thumbs down. I think that's the most I've had on one of my videos ever. Definitely percentage wise. I mean, this it's not even close. Percentage wise, it's almost a 75% thumbs down ratio, which is absolutely insane. It doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. Job, I might have to petition YouTube on that one and get some channels removed. So I'm going to allow everyone that has given me a thumbs down that is doing it purely out of spite to remove it. Give you a chance to do that. If you don't like this video, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. I haven't even had 5 people come through here to have a conflict. I've been here the whole time. Though, so yeah. I wouldn't just follow someone and do that because it might end up adversely for yourself. So letting that go on the airwaves because I don't enjoy anything that is unfair to anyone, whether it's me or someone else. What's that? Apart from that. Oh, what are you talking about, dude? Another note, like, damn, I've been on live stream for 7 hours and 15 minutes. I'm curious how many people have came through just in general, because I would very much like to actually monetize my channel again at this point. But I can't with YouTube's new policies. Only reason I want to turn super chat, really. The only reason. But to do that, you got to be a YouTube partner, which YouTube actually can play ads on people's channels and aren't YouTube partners now anyway. So that's kind of unfair to people. I'm not even halfway. I'm about halfway. The public watch hours. I just need to do a lot more live streams. Where am I at in the live stream? I don't know if it'll tell me while I'm on it. Uh-oh, my video's almost uploaded. Oh, I got 102 views. okay. For the amount of people that have, like 7 people came through here. Did you leave or did you just wait 5 minutes? Yeah, to be back, you would had to have left at some point and then came back. But I have a feeling you never left. I have a feeling you were just waiting, like you were in prison in a box. Like, oh, when can I say something? When can I say something? Come on. It's just pretty pathetic. What does this do? Hide user on this something. I don't even know what it does. I'm just gonna click it. Does that only do it for me? Or does that do it? Oh, I asked for everyone. There you go. You can watch, but you ain't gonna chat. You can learn, but that's about it. You don't got anything constructive to add? You don't need to be in the chat. It's that simple. That easy. Thank you, Fire Drake. You know what? I'm gonna get out of here too, actually. I'm probably gonna go get some rest at this point. I'm gonna go brush my teeth, and I'm gonna go lay down. I'm gonna go scrape my tongue. I'm gonna go lay down. It was that juice and that vodka, and off that grittiness on my teeth. I don't like it. I don't like how it feels. You're welcome, Divine Hazel. Thank you, Fire Drake. I appreciate both of you. Appreciate anyone that enjoyed this video. Fire Drake said, give me a like, give it a thumbs up, share this video. Subscribe if you haven't. If you are subscribed, make sure you turn on the notification bell and click all, because otherwise you will not get all of the notifications because of how YouTube is now. If you are still not getting notifications, unsubscribe, resubscribe, and then hit all for the notifications, and you should get them. But I will speak to everyone later, and if my other videos upload at any point here overnight, I will at least the first one I will make public for everyone to see. Everyone will enjoy very much. It's a very good video, only 20 minutes too. It's very short and condensed, straight to the point on perception. And have a wonderful rest of your morning. At this point, people are waking up. Sun's rising on the East Coast almost. See you, Divine Hazel. See you, Fire Drake.